Good Monday, everybody. I guess as far as welcome on in. Still trying to get some of these things figured out. I guess as far as with the multicasting. Yo, Alexa's coming in there. Hello, how's everybody? How's everybody doing out there? So why is it still showing? Well, apparently it's not an emote only mode. Why is it doing that? Okay, I got to refresh some things here for a second. Give me just a moment. So that did not do the way I wanted to, so let's do this. Gotta love it when the technical things don't want to work out. So it looks like bot stuff looks to be working on the red side. That's good. Hope you're doing well there. So why is it still showing emote only? What the heck? Is it emote only in chat right now? It shouldn't be. One moment though, it's showing on my end, I guess, as far as it's an emote only. That should not be the case. Hold on. Something got broken. Gotta figure out what got broken. Give me just a moment. Where is that darn thing? So, I'm gonna go to here. That should be How the heck did that get broke anyway? That's what I'd like to know. Huh. I don't understand. So let's...
Alexis at 44 says the chat is having technical difficulties.
It definitely is. Definitely is. Racer Batman coming in second. Yeah, I need to figure out what's going on with the emote only mode. I'm thinking that is probably... Hold on. Yeah, definitely, that is broke. That is definitely broke. Hold on. God dang it, I hate when it's broke. Why you no work? Oh wait, Racer Batman was... Okay. Can anybody else type chat? Is it showing emote only mode? I need verification here because it's still showing emote only here. I've turned it off, I guess, as far as it should have done that automatically when we went live. Racer Batman is typing chat text. I guess as far as I'm gonna assume it's okay. Obviously gonna let me do it. I don't know what else to do. It's showing, it's fine. But I feel like if it's still on, I need to know if it is still on. Man, I hate relying on this technology. I guess as far as... Okay, so... I'm going to assume... Emote only is not on. Alright, let me do this. Close that. Why is it still showing? What the this is really bugging me right now. Why do we got... We're supposed to have this type of problems with on Tuesday. Supposed to be a technical issue Tuesday, not Monday. It shouldn't be happening on Monday. Let's do that. We definitely don't like the technical issues. Yeah, those are gonna work just fine. Man, I have no idea. I mean, it's showing that the emote only is off on my end, so that's the only thing I can go by. The chat is showing emote only, so I think that's broken. That seems to be broken for today. That's great. Gotta love it. So a lot of these things we cannot really test until we go live. That's the other problem. So I don't know what else I can do here. So let me see. Let's try that. Alright, let's go this way. Maybe that's better? You know how you can turn things on, you know, unplug it, replug it, turn it back on, that type of stuff. That's what I'm doing right now. Yeah, I'm trying to understand why it didn't do its thing the way it was supposed to. That's gonna bug me. So the way I have it set up, I guess, as far as the way it should work, so when we go live, within 2 seconds after we go live, I guess as far as it's supposed to just turn that off. It's supposed to. That's the way it's supposed to work. It didn't work that way. So I think we got it figured out. Yeah, appreciate everybody testing out the chat. Nice. Yeah, I just don't really understand why. I know a lot of folks, I guess, as far as across other channels, I guess, as far as we're having issues with Twitch, alerts and things like that. But this is a first, I guess, as far as for the chat having a problem. So anyway, let's try this again. I guess as far as we got busy, I guess, as far as in the off stream. We definitely got busy in the off stream, I guess, as far as we got ourselves some project cars to work on. I did some more work on the Gen 2 Camaro, I guess, as far as, but I don't have it in the game yet. So we did do some more work, I guess, as far as to do our cowl induction hood for the SS. I need to rework, I guess, as far as how the fender badges work. So that was something else I came to find. That's been in the off stream. Also, we got ourselves. Yeah, I'll go ahead and show this. Why not? So we got ourselves, I guess, as far as some new cars. Got some new cars, I guess, as far as to play with, I guess, as far as from the Steam Workshop. One of which was a Herbie, Volkswagen Herbie. So you can see how it has the Porsche insignia on it. So it uses the Porsche DLC, I guess, as far as to make that. But this is a very well done car. From what I've seen, I guess, as far as we acquired one at an auction. I think one in the barn. I forget which one was which. We had to get a standard. There's also a buggy that's available. So a lot of really cool trims, I guess, as far as that are available for the bug. And then picked up one of these, I guess, as far as we can work on too. We're officially at 42 cars for the achievement, I guess, as far as to get that achievement. So we only got 8 left. 8 left. So one of the first ones is going to be this Roadster. We're going to work on this guy, get it working. I think this one actually runs too. What's going on there, Webb? What is happening? Got a shout out there for Webb, I guess, as far as for what was the last thing you were playing? You were doing some iRacing? Nice. The fact that the fact that iRacing has been involved, I guess, as far as with NASCAR 25, I guess I can't say too many bad things about him anymore. Because I've been having fun, I guess, as far as with the NASCAR 25. Porsche worked with on the Vito, so yeah, I guess it made sense, I guess, as far as what I was pointing out is the fact that it doesn't have its own insignia for that car, but I think the design of the car itself is pretty cool looking. I'm gonna double check to see. I think this needed oil. Yep. So what I'm gonna do is like I've normally done. This was a 3-star hot rod from the auction. Yep. And let's see if we can put some fresh oil into here, top it off, see if it'll run. Yep. I'm gonna see if we can get this to run. I know it's got nasty stuff in there. I'm not worried about that right now. I want to see if she'll turn over. Stoney bought it. I can't spend that for another NASCAR game. Yeah, that's understandable, Webb. Especially when you've got what you do with iRacing. Do you think we should blow it up there, Racer Batman? Is that what you're telling me? No, we're going to fix this one up so we can actually make it better. That's okay with you. Alright, let's see if she'll run. You can put the oil in it. Come on, baby. She's a runner. She's a runner. Okay, this is definitely worth working on. Fix her up. We'll get it fully restored and get it sold. Yes, we know. We know how that works. Racer Batman. Herbie the Love Bug. Yeah, we got Herbie the Love Bug, I guess, as far as at our disposal. Now, Herbie, I'm thinking with this one here, we'll probably fix that one up and actually keep that one. The standard one, we'll probably fix it up and sell it. that was the game plan. So Herbie will keep, but the standard one will just we'll fix that up and sell it. And of course we got our 57 drag car. This is our own version. I did do some more work on this one in the off stream, I guess, as far as to create side pipes, I guess, as far as from that, so it wasn't just the straight pipes coming off the headers. So we did figure out something with that, as far as to have some exhaust coming out the side. I did try to put the bonus parts, I guess, as far as with the side pipes. I didn't like it. I didn't like it too much, I guess, as far as, so I just left it that way. This gives it a more aggressive look to it. Also did figure out how to get that bird catcher to fit into this opening in the hood. It took a little bit of, yeah, we were trying to get her done. So it did take a little bit of fiddling around to get that to line up halfway decent. But we got it in there. Looks pretty good. I don't know if that's the way the that hood was designed, I guess, as far as to do that or not. I'm not sure. But it did require, I guess, as far as we did have to manipulate the position of the engine quite a bit, I guess, as far as to get it there. So the initial engine position, I guess, as far as did not allow that bird catcher, I guess, as far as to line up with that indentation into the hood. That's for sure. You should keep that one. Which one there, Alexis? I know I was talking about a lot of the Herbie for sure. We're gonna keep. We're definitely gonna keep that one. So let's go ahead and weld the frame on this guy. We're gonna get this one fixed up. Let's do weld it. 1300 gear welded. Let's get it done on this one. How about that? Okay. Other than that little hiccup that we had there at the intro there, everything seems to be running okie dokie smoky. So we're all welded on the frame. Let's fix up some body panels. I think we're missing some body panels here too. Hard to tell on these hot rods, I guess, as far as because they are hot rods. So we can take the front bumper off. These are the fenders. I know, not much for fenders, but let's see if we can. Oh, that one's bad. So we'll replace, obviously, what we need to, I guess, as far as to get her the body all good to go. The one I'm looking at right now, the 57 we're keeping, that's for sure. Yeah, that's our own config. We just been doing some tweaking on it. Yeah. So our 57 drag car, I guess, as far as we're definitely keeping that one. Most indefinitely. Okay, so we'll take that plate off. So I think we're missing just one door. I think that's all the panels. So do headlight. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Body panels. There we go. That headlight's missing. Okay. Let's go fix up what we can over here. Take it over the bench, or both our fenders. No, only one fender. Take that back. The other fender was not good. So we'll just buy what we need. What is broken? Okay, so our inventory was clear prior to starting work on this one. So we are going to need front bumper, that fender. Yeah, we'll need a headlight. So that one's green, but it's not 100%. So we need to get that one replaced. Okay, so let's get those items. So we need to go to this body shop, that hot rod, and still got some items on here we need to acquire some of these items as far as to get the stock built up in our warehouse. So we need this front bumper. We need this fender. Hope everybody's weekend went good. So that headlight. That one there. Okay, let's go ahead and get. Is it gonna let me go back here? There we go. So I need the. Which fender did I say I needed? I forgot now. I needed. Oh, we do have both fenders now. Okay, let's go put the fenders on. These hot rods are kind of can be kind of strange, I guess, as far as because obviously it's not a traditional fender. I mean, it's like just a framework, I guess, as far as for that, if you will. We already got the best viewers here, so you can just yeet yourself out of here. Thank you. Thank you very much. Don't come again. Yeah, we already got the best viewers here. So let's go ahead and get a new door. So this one's going to have a livery on it. We'll have to get this one painted. We obviously have to get this one painted. We'll get her fixed up. So do that. I think that's really the only part we gotta paint though, quite honestly. So our trunk, that's good. Rear bumper, that's okay. We're gonna need tail lights. Get some tail lights. Do that one and that one. So no tune parts, I don't think, on this car. From what I remember. Should be good. Okay, so what else are we missing here? So just the door, front bumper. I think that was bad. We did get a new one. Headlights. We did get this guy, so we need this headlight. And I didn't check the mirrors, I don't think. Yeah, we'll check and see what the mirrors. So this one's the left. Give me the left. To the left. To the left. To the right. To the right. You haven't played Car Mechanic Simulator in a month? Any particular reason? Out of curiosity. Just not feeling it, or I'm always in the mood to play this one. Yep. So these are separate. So those are on the door. Okay, gotcha. Those we can fix up. Those are repairable. So yeah, we got pretty busy in the off stream, as I've already shown, I guess, as far as to find. Kind of went through the Steam Workshop, I guess, as far as just to see what was fun to play with. What's going on there, Tigger? Just taking a break? Yeah, sometimes you got to do that. Otherwise, you can get burned out of it, of course. That's part of the other reason too, I guess, as far as I like to play the different games on different days of the week here on the channel, just to kind of even it out there, so you're not getting burned out, I guess, as far as the one game, because you can get burned out very easily. So we need. Oh, okay, so just 2 of those. Oh, whoopsie. So I only needed 1. So I thought it was for each side. So that's all self-included. I got it. I thought it was 2 separate panels. So we can take that other one off the list. Yep. Boop. There we go. Cool. I thought it was separate windows. So just that windshield. I think our body's in good shape. Yep, that's probably just going to be the plate. Yep, so we'll put the plate on the back. We'll put a standard dealer plate on the back. Let's go to the plate shop. Plate shop and get that on there. Yeah. Standard. Brain fart there for a second. Standard. Boop. We only need 1. So I don't think there's one on the front. I don't remember. We'll check that out. So if this gets us to 100%, nope, we're good. So we're good on the frame and the body. Now we just got the rest of the car to work on. So we know it does run. That's cool. Let's get it up on the. Let's get her up on the lift, and we'll drain that nasty oil out of it. You're just chilling. I appreciate you stopping in here, just chilling. Got a few. We got a couple other people, I guess, as far as just coming in and chilling. You know, low key, I might start doing different games every day because I commonly have burnt out. Yeah, I mean, it's a common thing to do. That's why, like I said, I guess as far as I like to change it up, I guess as far as from day to day here on the stream, because there are games I do like to play. There's other games I do like to play besides what we're currently on the roster for the schedule, but we don't want to move it. Use it. There we go. Drain it out. There we go. Alright, get that nasty stuff out of there. Move this out of the way now. Cool. Let's get this engine out of here. So we don't have one of these engines built, as far as the 2 Carbo HV. In fact, let me double check. Whoops, I keep going back too far. Let's go back in the warehouse and see what engines we do have built. Just out of curiosity. We do have a supercharged. We could put this one in there. We could upgrade it on that hot rod. We could do that. That would be a simple swap. That's something we can consider. I might do that. I might consider that. So let's get this one dismantled so we can get it pulled out. Kind of anxious in a way, I guess, as far as to work on the Beetle, as far as the bugs. Pretty cool car. A lot of really cool cars like that in the Steam Workshop, so that's all off. It didn't have a drive shaft, I just realized that. It was missing a drive shaft. Okay, so just taking mental notes. Yeah, I think we clarified, I guess, we're definitely keeping this one. I had thought about painting this red. That's that classic look as far as the red. We do want to change this plate on it, though. This one was originally from Finland. We're going to put our own plate on it. This is ours now. Yeah, so let's go to the plate shop. Do that there for a second. So let's go... What are you doing, bro? Bro. Okay, plates. There you go. Alright, let's get our... own state plates. And... You know what? I'm not even going to worry about personalizing. Let's just do that. Boop, and slap those on. We can. We don't have to. Let's just do that. Works for me. But, beautiful. That's not even our... Yo, we're having a band eater coming in hot. 38 months in a row. Holy smokes. What's going on there, Evan the Band Eater? Yeah, so, we did some things, I guess, as far as over the weekend, I guess, as far as with Evan the Band Eater, I guess, as far as we watched, the Fallout, series, I guess, as far as, I think we got through most of Season 1. Season 2 hasn't come out available yet, but... Oh, wait a minute. Gotta pull that engine. What am I doing? I got a little sidetracked. Yeah, I learned myself, I guess, as far as the timeline, I guess, as far as the Fallout series. Pretty cool deal, I guess, as far as what they did there. Very, how would you say, very mature. I can see why they've got it on Prime, I guess, as far as... Holy mackerel, yeah, there's some choice phrases that are in that thing, I guess, as far as that's not suitable, I guess, as far as for, yeah. Not suitable for some folks. But, pretty interesting series. Alright, so we got the engine pulled. I think we're going to put that supercharged engine in this thing. But we want to fix up the front end here before we do that. Let's see, on sub streaks, if I sub another channel with my Prime, does my streak end? Does it continue? You know, with the Prime there, Fox, I don't know for sure. I don't know how that works. I know... how do I say this? I guess as far as... So, if you use your Prime somewhere else, but you still sub to this channel, yeah, your streak will still stay alive. Now, it's different, I think, for Prime streak, sub streak, and or just a paid sub. So there's two separate deals there. So there are two separate values that Twitch looks at. So I don't know if this answers your question or not, because I know I've done this on other channels myself. So when you use your Prime on any Twitch channel, that's a separate streak for how many times you use that Prime sub on a channel, right? So if you sub with just a paid sub and not your Prime, I don't know if that takes that away on your Prime streak. I cannot confirm that, so I can't 100% answer that question. But what I do know, I guess, as far as if you say use your Prime every month, I guess, as far as loyally, I guess, as far as on any one given channel, that will continue a streak. Now, even if you miss a month, I guess, as far as this completely, because it's not automatic with the Prime, right? You still have to manually subscribe. It doesn't automatically subscribe you to a channel if you've already done it 1 month from 1 month to the next. It just won't continue, I guess, as far as to stay a streak. It'll just show that you used your Prime. So that's how that can get broken. If you miss, I guess, as far as subbing to a channel in any particular month. So I don't know if that 100% answers your question, but that's from what I do know. Probably won't watch the last 2 episodes later tonight in the Discord. See, I won't be able to tonight, unfortunately. So yeah, if you do that, there, Evan the Band Eater, that's up to you, obviously. But I won't be able to join, unfortunately. Yeah, I've got some other obligations to take care of, I guess, as far as like that. I totally slacked off, I guess, as far as on some things over the weekend. So we're in that crunch time, I guess, as far as we got Turkey Day coming up this Thursday. And there's some things that we're trying to prep for, I guess, as far as we're going to have a little get-together here at the apartment complex that I reside. And we're in preparations for that for the most part of the week. Second season comes out. Yeah, we already figured that out. That it doesn't come out too. Cause I know you were complaining about you had to wait. Okay, why are all my badges? Man, this chat that I've got right now, it's all jacked up. So I can see badges, I guess, as far as for some folks, and it's just a color blob. I don't know if that's coming out the same way for everybody else, but that's the way it's showing for me. Yeah, there's a lot of things messed up in the chat right now. From my end, anyway. Okay, so we got that. Just making sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, hopefully that answers the question there. And again, I do not, let's see, I don't want to say this without sounding like a jerk, but if you find it that you want to sub and use your Prime, I guess as far as on another channel, you can use that thing anywhere, right? So that's kind of the give and take, I guess, as far as with that, as far as like you get the one Twitch Prime every month, right, to use on any channel on that. If you use it here, that's great. Very much appreciated for that. But if it does break your streak because you decide to use it somewhere else, that I can't control. So that's all up to you folks, I guess, as far as to where you want to spend that. But I am very much appreciated, I guess, as far as for those that decide to spend it here, because you can spend that anywhere. Okay, so I didn't mean to take that off. So we can, let's go fix up these parts that we can on the front end. Do that first, and foremost. Good evening there, Jackdaw. I think my chat might be a little bit delayed, so I apologize if I'm missing. So just like we had the problem start a stream there, as far as it wouldn't get out of emote mode. I'm hoping that's just, I'm thinking it's just a Twitch issue. I use it here because you're the only one channel I watch besides one other person. Yeah, and I mean, like I said, if you find it necessary, I guess, as far as to sub to another channel, don't let that deter you. You know, of course, I'll be a little bit sad, I guess, as far as that you want to use it somewhere else, but you know, I'm not your daddy or anything like that. I'm not going to be the one to tell you. You got to spend that here. You already did it once. I think it's kind of a cool thing that you're allowed, I guess, as far as to so it's not like once you use your Twitch Prime, I guess, as far as on one channel, that's the only place you can use it. You know, that'd be pretty restrictive. So the fact that you can use it on any channel, that's pretty that's pretty cool. I mean, I know quite a few people, I guess, as far as like to alternate. Like if you've got more than one channel that you like to follow or sub to, I guess, as far as on Twitch, you know, kind of go back and forth. You know, one month I'll do it for this channel, this month I'll do it for another channel. Having that versatility like that, I think that's just it's pretty cool. Okay, so we need some new brakes. Let's do that. We're gonna need some wheel hubs, wheel bearings, I should say, and that's for the front. So we're gonna need some caps for that too. There we go. And let's get this one off of here. We'll get the other one on here. Boop. And then rubber bushings. So we've got double wishbone. Yeah, I think that's double wishbone. So we're gonna need 12. Whoa, that's the wrong place. 12 rubber bushings. And I think I had one shock assembly we had to take apart. Let's get that done. Get those. Let's take. I think I only have one of these. Yep. So I got to build 2 sets of these, I guess, as far as rebuild that. Let's get this rotor off of here. Boop. Sweet. And then we're going to need tie rod stuff. Tie rod stuff. So let's get all the tie rod stuff. We'll need a sway bar and all that, of course. Boop. Okay, let's go ahead and get our... We need one of those. One of those. One of those. Let's build 2 sets of those. Our double wishbone. 2 of those. Front spring, 2 of those. And 2 of these. Boop. And there we go. Sweet. Alright, let's get those put together. Together. Right now. What's going on there, Albert? Oh, come on in. Hope the day's going well. Just making sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, hope everybody's doing good out there. So, wait, alright, those are together. So I think the only other thing I'm missing is the sway bar. Yeah, I think that's all it is. Let's get this front end put back together. It's got our subframe. That's repaired. Steering rack was repaired. Cool. Let's do tie rods. Let's do knuckle. And tie rod onto that. Sweet. Awesome. Don't forget our rubber bushings into our subframe. It'd be easy to miss as far as we get it too far ahead of ourselves. Yeah, we're doing just fantastic. I know plenty of folks that gets as far as are probably in that same boat that I am. It gets as far as we got Turkey Day coming up this week. Some of you might be on vacation and things like that as far as to get ready for the festivities. I'm kind of looking forward to it in a way. I haven't been a big fan, I guess, as far as this cold weather. But that's just the nature of the beast, I guess, as far as when it comes this time of year. So we did get our shock assemblies redone. But, yeah, if you're getting prepared, I guess, as far as for the Turkey Days, if you do celebrate that. I can tell you for certain, this Thursday, I guess, as far as for stream, we probably will not be streaming for that day, I guess, as far as an observance of the Turkey Day. So that's probably a fair mention, I guess, as far as while I'm thinking of these things. Yeah, I want everybody to just enjoy, I guess, as far as their Turkey Day. You know, just to have a day off too. I know we did have to take an unforeseen day off, I guess, as far as for our Saturday on the channel, only because IRL just got in the way. I'm just gonna put it that way. Just put it simply. IRL things just got in the way. Oh, we didn't have a lower control arm, so we needed a lower control arm. Somebody yeeted this off. Get a new one of those. So once we get this one done, we only have 7 more cars we gotta do. I got my notes in front of me here, I guess, as far as to remind me just how close we are to getting the achievement, I guess, as far as for getting all of the things done, I guess, as far as with fully restoring cars and selling them. Kind of doing our own car dealer simulator. Kind of reinvented the game, I guess, as far as to do that type of thing here on this game. Kind of fun. Been a fun ride. Okay, so that was machined. Got new pads, calipers. Yep, that's all good to go. Wasn't sure if we were missing any of that. So we got new wheel bearings. Pack that full of grease and cap it off. Sweet. And we need... what are we missing here? Oh, upper control arm. That's right. That one we did have. Got some new rubber bushings. And then that should be ready for tire. There it is. Sweet. Alright, let's go ahead and get this end link in there. And let's deal with some tires. Cool. So I think we only have... for the front, we only got the one tire. One tire, so we're going to break that one down, and then we'll get a new tire and rim, I guess, as far as for the other side. So we'll obviously get some new tires to put on the refurbished rims. There's a raffle. Feel free to get on the raffle while that's hot. We have a light Thanksgiving here since it's just me and the wife. I mean, that's still something, right? Still something. You've been playing too much American... there's no such thing as too much. Like, on what level are you on there, Alexis, and how many miles you got in? I don't think there's any such thing, I guess, as far as too much. Unless you just feel like you're getting burned out, like we were talking about. Yeah, unless you feel that's the case. That's fair. So let's... why do I keep going into that? So silly. So let's go into this. Need another rim. I think we're gonna get... so the rear tires are different size and all that all together. So let's put that on the list. We're gonna deal with just the fronts for now. So we need 185, 85, 14. All right, let's go to the tire shop. In the wrong store. So tire shop. Let's get 185, 85, 14. So just one 14-inch. 185. Pretty skinny on this deal. 85 on the sidewall. Pretty thick sidewall. Of course, it does have the white wall. To show off that Okay, one of those tires. And we need to go to the rim shop and get a new rim. Just a steely rim. Uh-oh, did I get the wrong one? Uh-oh, still on the list there. That's not good. Give me a new one of these. I guess I did mean to get two. Okay, so let's go ahead and get another one of those. Yep, so we need one more. Whoops, wrong store again. Going in the wrong store, it's so embarrassing. So we need 14-inch. Yeah, we need two for the front tires, yep. Let's get one more. That'll work. Cool. Now we should have all we need to get these brand new put together. Oh, did I get the wrong size? Hold on. Oh, the rim was the wrong size. Whoops. This rim is the wrong size. Okay, I need to get that 14-inch. I got a wrong size rim. Get that on the list again. I am so silly. Alright, so let's go back to the rim shop. We'll get it right. Why is this still on the list? Oh, that's supposed to be 65. No wonder why. I thought that was 85 on the sidewall. Gotcha. So we need 65 sidewall, not 85. That's why. So we do need one rim. 14-inch. Oh, dang it anyway. I'm screwing up all over the place. Take this one off. This we need, so I got the wrong size tires. So 65 on the sidewall, I got it. We'll get it right. So two of these, 14-inch. Get this thing out of the way, there we go. 14, so 65 on the sidewall. There we go. Two, and boom. Now the other ones we can sell. I did that wrong. Let's go to our inventory. We need to keep... Oh boy. Oh, that one. Oh, the 6s and the 8s look the same. I think I sold the wrong ones. Son of a gun. You know what? We're going with this one. Heck with it. We're going with that one. I think we got... Yeah, the 6s and the 8s look the same. You're at level 6 because you restarted? I mean, that's not terrible. And you need to pay worth of loan. Oh, yikes. Yeah, that's some pretty hefty loans. I know we took loans, I guess, as far as in ETS, too. And I think the one loan, so we're down to one loan. Well, we did pay the one loan off. Yeah, it can be rough, I guess, as far as when you get too much in loans to pay off. Alright, so we got those tires together, we just need to get them balanced. We got a little bit taller sidewall, I guess, as far as than we previously had, so that's fine. It'll work out. Fumbling all over the place, I guess, as far as trying to get these tires done. More than usual. There we go. Okay, let's slap those back on there. Get this, we'll finish up the front end. Yeah, a little bit taller, but it'll be fine. So, as long as you spent, I guess, as far as some, the loan money, I guess, as far as, well, I guess, as far as to buy trucks or garages, things like that, I guess, as far as, in the long run, I guess, as far as that'll be a good thing. It'll be even once better, I guess, as far as once you get it paid off on those loans. Okay, so front end should be done. We're gonna get that painted. I need to figure out, I'm gonna take the trunk off. We're gonna paint the trunk. We want to put that livery on that door. Get that taken care of. Alright, let's take this off. I'm gonna use that to get the color correct. Now, we don't have to do this at all. We can just leave that door the way it is. Doesn't hurt it at all, I guess, as far as, but I want to do it right. Just want to do it right. So let's paint that trunk. Need this color. Get that on the swath. Whoop. So we just need to be able to get this color on the swath. Now this doesn't have a livery itself, but the door does. as far as the flames. So let's do the door. Whoop. This is what we want to paint. And we got that color on the swath. We need to go to the libraries, and we want... Which one is it? It's gonna be that one right there. Whoop. Be like it never happened. Door was never missing. Do you recommend any games that I should get for Christmas? I've got way too many on my own list, so... I got too many on my own list, I guess, as far as I can only recommend what I want, what I would like to get, but may not necessarily suit for yourself, I guess, if that makes sense. So if I had to recommend anything right now, as far as like if you're into racing games, especially NASCAR, I like the NASCAR 25. That's a cool one. That's all I can think of off the top of my head. Let's see, I'm trying to think what else. I'm going to put that trunk back on. Put this back on, get that body back. There we go. And let's work on the rear end. So we're missing one of the rear tires, as well as some, like just a drum. Yeah, so just the drum's missing. So, yeah, just to take a mental note on that, we're missing the drum on this side. Yeah, I can really only recommend, I guess, as far as the games I like to play, I suppose. And I don't even know if that would be considered a recommendation. It's just a suggestion. I feel that's the difference between a recommendation and a suggestion. Recommendation would mean, like, yeah, you should get this, in my opinion. Whereas, if I'm just recommending, that's just something to take in consideration. Yeah, so I think there's a little bit of difference between a suggestion and a recommendation. So, I've never been one that gets as far as to say, oh, you gotta get this. I don't like that when people do that to me. I guess as far as, I guess I don't portray that as much the same as, yeah. When people say, well, why didn't you get that? Well, I don't like that game as much, you know, and it just depends on which one it is. Like, I've had people tell me, I guess as far as, did you get the Scooby-Doo DLC for House Flipper? Because they notice I have House Flipper too. It's like, no. Well, why not? Why do you gotta ask? I mean, you know, it's just that type of thing. You know, just because I have the game doesn't mean I have to get the DLC. But it doesn't mean, I guess, as far as I don't want to get it. It's just, sometimes you don't have the funds to do it. Have you played Snow? I have off stream. Yeah, I did do some SnowRunner off stream, but I haven't played it on stream, I guess, as far as in quite some time. Not a lot of folks like that game. You know, it tends to be a little bit boring, I guess, as far as just trying to, you know, working your way through, I guess, as far as muddy terrain and all that stuff. I find it intriguing only because it doesn't involve building in a lot of cases. I guess as far as I like the builder simulators. You know, obviously the journey, I guess, as far as to get to the build site, I guess, as far as to repair stuff. That's just added feature. So yeah, we've played some SnowRunner, just haven't streamed it, is all. Oh! I don't know if I broke that. Hammer slip. That was a little bit, try not to push our luck too hard, I guess, as far as when we try to repair the stuff. I only like it because of the terrain and the views that it gives us. Yeah, so I like it just from the, you know, building stuff. You know, it's just the challenge of getting the equipment to the build site. You know, it's just kind of an added feature. That's kind of the mainstay, I guess, as far as for SnowRunner. I could do a lot. I could do without a lot of the terrain that we have to deal with in SnowRunner. I still get a little bit salty, I guess, as far as, like, you know, getting stuck. And even though I winch myself, I guess, as far as try to pull out in there and it doesn't want to pull out. You know, when you winch, I guess, as far as it gets frustrating. So I know that's not very fun to watch for some folks. So I guess that's the only reason why I don't stream it. So I think we got one drum that we can machine. Yep. So we're missing one drum. So let's get that other drum replaced. Go to brakes. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Let's go. Oh, I know what I want to do. Let's do it this way. Let's go this way. Boop. And we... Nope, force habit. Force habit going to the list. So brakes. What the heck? Bro. Why is it not... Oh, I went into engine for some reason. The heck you doing, bro? This thing is... Everything is being funky today. I say we only need one. We got the one machine, so we're good there. We'll get it right. Okay, so those drums are good. Shoes are good. Cylinders are good. Those are good. These springs are good. Good. Shocks. We need some shocks. Let's get some new shocks. That's shocking. I know. Let's get 2 new rear shocks. And I think we got most everything that we need, I guess, as far as for rear end. I think we do need 2 rubber bushings. Yeah. For the control arms. Let's do that. Rubber bushing. So we only need 2. Cool. Let's get them put back in there. So we'll get that fuel tank replaced. So this is repaired. Knuckles are repaired. The only reason I have so many hours in SnowRunner, I was already playing. The only thing I could play on my Switch, the wet belling for a while. Yeah, so that's understandable too. So I think it's pretty easy to get a lot of hours in SnowRunner just dealing with trying to get yourself, you know, work through the terrain. Oh shoot, we need new springs. Hold on. I did that wrong. We don't want those in there. Get that out of there. Need new springs. Alright, so let's get some new springs. Thank you. I need 2. Dang it. What is with this one crap today? Give me one more. I'm fumbling all over the place today. I got so much on my mind, I guess, as far as of what is to come for this week. I guess as far as a little bit of scatterbrain, I guess. Okay, so we need 2 of these. Cap our springs off. There we go. Okay, we'll get this side in. That side in. Cool. Got our new shocks. Cool. Nice refurbished rear end. Sweet. We got our backing plate. Both our drive axles are good to go. Cylinders are good. Those are repaired. Shoes are repaired. I don't really know how you repair shoes. You don't even do that in reality. I guess as far as most of the time when your shoes are worn out, it's just like pads. You got to replace them. It's kind of weird, I guess, as far as we get to repair drum shoes. Itchy finger again. Uh-oh. Jack Daw's got that itchy finger again. We do have some things lined up, I guess, as far as for project cars today, so, okay, we had to replace one of the drums. Okay, that's ready for tire. We're going to put this control arm here first. Alright, let's get that plate in there. Let's get that all strapped to the axle housing. These are all refurbished. Good to go. Wait. So that side's good. Let's get that rubber bushing in here. Easy to miss that one. Very easy to miss that one. So let's get this one strapped on. Rubber bushing. So we were missing one rear tire in the back here, so we'll obviously get that replaced. We do have the one to go by, I guess, as far as to get ourselves the other one. Okay, so that's all good to go here in the rear end. Let's deal with some tires. So we got to pull apart this one that we did have. Yep, that's our rear tire. Slipped again, huh? I'll have to make room for that in our, have to make room for that in here. Alright, so let's go fix up the one rim we do have available. Got that Krager SST on it. Sweet. Alright, let's do this. We're going to need one more of those. Let's go to the rim shop and get one of those. Rim shop. Alright, and we need it to be 16-inch. One of these. So just one. 16-inch. Boom. Okay, so tires. What do we need for tires? So let's go to our inventory. Tires, let's go this way. So that one's going to be a wide one. Yep, 285. Hard to tell if it's a 65. I think it's 65 on the sidewall. It's hard. The 6s and 8s look so much alike. So 285, 65. Okay, let's get one of those. Tire. Here. So we need one tire, 16-inch. 285 wide. And 65 on the sidewall. Yep, it's already there. Cool. There we go. Let's get that put on there. We got one refurbished run and one new run. There we go. Yeah, we'll have to make some room here, I guess, as far as for that story car. Some people repair boots. That's the only thing I think is worth repairing. Boots? What do you mean, boots? Where'd that come from? Wait a minute, what did I do wrong here? What the heck? Why is it only giving me that option? Did I only buy one? Oh, I needed two. Yes, I did. Okay, hold on. I did need two of these. Alright, let's try another one. So... Did I do the wrong one again? Damn it. So 16-inch. I'm having all kinds of problems with tires today. Okay, so get another one of those. There we go. I think I only bought one. There we go. Now we're good. We should be good now. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. We got it under control. Balance this one. That put the wrong tire on there, didn't it? I think it did. Alright, hold on a second. Balance this guy. Maybe not. Maybe not. Well, that was a quick one. Alright, so let's put these back on. See how these look. Nope, I guess they're good. Alright, just making sure. Not super wide, I guess, as far as, but they are a little bit wider than the front. Cool. Okay, so rear engine done. Let's do something with this fuel tank. So the fuel pump we can repair. Let's do new fuel tank, because we can't repair that. Probably another thing to mention too while I'm thinking of these things is we haven't found another bare frame car. So we did find the Beetle. We found the Herbie, which was kind of cool. That should be a fun car to work on once we get to it. So let's put our fuel tank back in here. Fuel tank's in our fuel pump, I mean. We need to charge this battery. Get that battery out of there. So fuse panel. Let's deal with the fuse panel. Oh goodness. What's happening here? What's happening? There we go. So we got to get this from... We got to have that down, I guess. Let's charge the battery. There we go. So we got to get this down so we can get at the fuse panel. Yeah, I think we're going to go with that supercharged engine on this deal. That is not what I wanted to do. Not what I wanted to do. So we get this fuse panel. Boop. Should be right there. Get these fuses and such out of here. So they can't be too bad because it did allow us to start the car. So fused in that can't be too bad. Like most of them are in the yeller fuel deal. Alright, so let's fix this fuse panel up and get some new fuses and relays. Sweet. Alright. Go here. I'm gonna make some room for that story car here in a moment. Let's get some new fuses and relays in here. We don't want to forget that redeem. I missed this one. I don't remember if I did. So let's go to the electronic shop and get those. So we need Dang it, still got that on the list. What is going on here? Get that off here. So 3 of these. That's the big boys. We need 1 of those. 2 of these. 1 of those. 1 of these. That's the little guy. And 1 of these. Cool. Alright, let's get those in there. Yeah, the fact they got the fuse panel under the driver's seat, it's kind of wild. You know, to include the battery. I don't know if I'd want that battery under my seat, quite honestly. I'd be too afraid it gets as far as of exploding. Yeah, kind of dangerous that way. I'd rather have it somewhere where if it's gonna go boom, I guess as far as it's not, I'm not sitting my rump on top of it, I guess. Okay, so let's do. Oh, yep. Cool. Yep. Making sure we got the tires all where they need to be. We didn't put the wrong ones in the wrong spot. It'll definitely let us know once we try to put the car down. Alrighty then. So that's all that. How we doing on parts? We still gotta put the engine in there. I think we're gonna go with that supercharged engine. Let's pull that one out of the warehouse. We'll slap that puppy in. Got most everything else done. So let's go to here. And let's pull this guy out and slap her in. Get our crane. A little bit of an upgrade to this hot rod. Put the supercharged engine in there. Let's install this dude. 100%. There she is. Let's get her button up on the bottom end. Yeah, this is a nice little upgrade for this hot rod. I think she'll sell a lot better as far as having the supercharged engine in there. Okay, so we got the starters fixed up. Cool. So we're missing a drive shaft. We gotta get a drive shaft, so that's confirmed. Get that on the list. I gotta go back to this store. Drive shaft, yes please. Hook up our power to the rear end. Power to the peepo. Okay, we gotta do our exhaust. Okay, let's get our exhaust done. So we need new pipe there. New pipe there. Turbo resonators and rear mufflers. Cool. Nice. Let's get those ordered up. Do these turbo resonators. That's what I like to call them. They call them just middle mufflers. Whoops, and you know, wasn't done. Do rear mufflers. No catalytics on this thing. And 2 of these downpipes. Beautiful. Alright, let's get that all in there. Solid. So one of the rest of the mods that we did, I guess as far as we did straight pipes. Straight off the header. Nice and loud. Whoa. What are you doing, bro? Okay, so our parts should be in good shape now. 99. So what did we miss? Check our parts list. 99%. Alright, what did we miss? That's the question. So that's seat, steering wheel, that's interior, brake servo. We need a brake servo. And we need these reservoirs and such. Okay, so let's get those done. Let's get those done. That's all in the engine bay. Brake servo. Let's drain this out. Additional agreements. Yes, please. Gotta do it the right way. Okay, pull that guy off. We'll get that fixed up. Slap her back in. Just about done with all the parts for the hot rod. Okay, that's good. Let's put this servo in. Get some fluid back into that. Gotta pull that radiator. I don't know if that's got fluid in it. We have to check that. Put some fresh brake fluid into the servo. Gotta have that stopping power, you know. Cool. And then radiator. So let's make sure radiator's empty. Oh, wait a minute. Is that the... Yep, that's the radiator. Pull that out. Don't want the mess on the floor, because we know how people like to find the slippery spots on the floor and fall and hurt themselves. Get the radiator out of there. And fix that up. Have to get a new reservoir. These are not repairable. Get that fluid out of there first. There we go. Pull her out. And let's get a new one in here. Boop. Okay, it's a new one of those. Power steering reservoir. Get that cherry juice container. Sweet. Now let's go fix up our radiator and we'll put some fresh fluid into that one. Bullseye. So let's put that back in. So the fact that this one even has power steering is pretty cool for a hot rod. It's nice. Okay, so I think we should be good on parts. 100%. Good deal. And now we just got to deal with the interior. Let's do with the interior. So what we'll do is we'll do a dismantle. Steering wheel. We'll get a new one of those. We're missing one seat. No problem. So we're gonna replace that. There we go. So we'll go to the interior shop and grab some new stuff for those. Steering wheel, yes please. And 2 new seats. And slap those in. Interior, assemble, thank you. This will get our interior to 100%. I don't remember if we detailed this or not yet. So just to confirm, 85, so we must not have detailed it yet. So that last little bit there is probably going to be, just need to detail it. Let's get this over here. And use it. Yes, please. She looking good. Our little hot rod's looking really good. Now we should be 100% on interior. Ta-da! Okay, so we're all good to go there. Let's get her on the ground. Now we gotta get some fluids into her. So, fresh motor honey. We already got the brake juice, so we're good there. So I guess we'll work on that story car next, I guess, as far as after we get this one done. It's been a while since we worked on a hot rod, I guess, as far as, so that was kind of a little change of pace. Let's check our oil capacity. That looks adequate. Alright, cherry juice. Get our fresh cherry juice into this one, and we can put the Gatorade juice in the radiator. My looking glass, there she be. And make sure we don't put too much in there. We gotta leave room for expansion on the cherry juice. There we go. Gatorade juice into the radiator, and that should be all the fluids. Double check to make sure she runs. Get her over to the dyno. We get the wheel alignment on the suspension and all that good stuff. Okay, let's see if she runs. The door's kind of set up forward, I think, as far as that. Let's start her up. Starts right up. Good to go there. Okay, so let's get this over to the test track, or the test path, I should say. Gives a little bit of alignment on the suspension. And the headlights, too, while we're at it. Oh yeah, she's a little out of whack. Let's get her less out of whack. There we go. So now she runs nice and straight. Get the... Whoa! Headlights are way out of whack. I want them down, not quite that far down. This one needs to go down. There we go. Sweet. Okay, so all that's done. Only thing left to do... Now, we did change this out from the non-supercharged to the supercharged. So we get 439 with the supercharged engine in there. So let's get it over to dyno, see if we get all that horsepower. Dyno time. Fair warning as far as in the dyno here, it gets a little noisy. So if you got the earbuds in, or you've got the volume cranking, as far as just be aware. Fair warning. That's your fair warning. Okay, so let's let her rip, tater chip. 439 is what we're looking for. There we go. We did get all that base horsepower out of that. Sweet. Solid. So we were, which class we're in for the we are Class C 235. Not bad. No performance parts on her. 100% all the way around. We got to take this to the strip now. Let's have some fun with it at the strip. Do that. Boop. Let's have some fun with her at the strip. Gonna do the thing? It isn't gonna do the thing. Son of a gun. Come on. Oh, now you want to do it. Okay, so yeah, we got some things that are broke here, I guess, as far as like that. I've been doing some things in the off stream, I guess, as far as to get the, particularly to get the simulcast working right. I notice let me check something here really quick here, folks. Give me a second. I got some things that are connected incorrectly. I don't know why that dude's over there. Interesting. So I wonder, is that giving the wrong... Yeah, just a second here, folks, I guess, as far as I'm gonna finger some stuff out here. So we got, I don't know why that one's over there. Interesting. So I got some technical issues to take care of, I guess, as far as probably post stream. A lot of these things we're not able to check it, I guess, as far as until we go live, and it's kind of embarrassing in a way, I guess, as far as when we got another hot rod to go up against. That's basically our twin. Got different tires, I guess, as far as we just got vintage tires, you got vintage race. Same engine and everything else, though. So this one is the supercharged, so it is, yeah, that's kind of wild. So even though this is our standard roadster, we were able to put the supercharged engine in there, so kind of wild what you can do, I guess, as far as with certain cars like this. Let's have some fun with it, though. She does a nice burnout. Come on, baby. Now, one thing I didn't check, I don't think that was tuned. Yeah, I don't think it was tuned at all. Alright, was that tuned? Let me see if it was tuned. It was not. It does have those race tires, though, so that's probably the advantage that this one has on us. 255 to 235 has got those race tires as opposed to just our vintage race. I'm gonna do it one more time. I think we might have something for this hot rod. Nope, maybe not. Kind of like the burnout it does, I guess, as far as peeling out of the chute. Kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Alright, we'll go ahead and try another one. No, I don't want that one. Let's do the El Camino. Certain cars I just don't feel right, I guess, as far as... Alright, cool. Nice. Some things are working the way I designed it, I guess, as far as like that. So that's good to know, I guess, as far as some things are working. Oh, I slipped on that one. Slipped on the throttle. Oh! We gotta try this one again. I slipped on the throttle there. Didn't mean to, it just kinda happened. Yeah, let me do this one again. We gotta do it fair and square. Oh, I like the way it does the burnout. That's cool. Oh, he might still have us. Okay, that's a fair race. So the El Camino did beat us. We got just over a 13-second car. So we had a 273, no tuning. Same engine though. Yeah, so that's two different cars with the same engine. Had that vintage race tires on that one as well. So the other hot rod was supercharged as well. So I think that's their advantage to us is all. Fair and square race. Let's do our LS3 hot rod 69 Camaro. Be this dude. I think this was not supercharged. Oh, that one even beat us. Oh, wow. We were like dead even. Holy mackerel. Yeah, this is becoming commonplace. This is not the first time this has happened. Where we're dead even, I guess, so far. So we're a little bit faster, miles per hour. But time-wise, we were dead even all the way down. Practically all the way down. That's wild. So you can just imagine putting some performance parts. We're not going to put performance parts on this one. We're going to sell it. But pretty interesting. Let's try Daytona. 446 back. Old school against old school. Sounds like a fair matchup. And we can't get that one. So I wanted to at least get one beat. So I feel better about that. The 440 big six-pack we can beat. Alright, that's good. We shucked this one down enough, I guess, as far as we'll go ahead and get this one sold. Oh, now you want to work. Okay. Trying to get all the things to work here. Gets as far as the way it should. The way she's designed. Boom. Alright, cool. So for some of you that are on the red side, I guess as far as you might notice, I guess as far as we got the wrong bot. I'm trying to get the proper bot, I guess as far as over to the other side, because we are simulcasting. Wonder if I do this. Hold on a second. Yeah, there's no reason why that dude should be over there. So he's showing the right message over there, but not. That is weird. Info, let's do this. Just a second here, folks. I'm going to try something. So we want to do it. Nope, so it's got the right message there. That is super duper strange. So my bot is getting... I've had to name the bot over on the red side, I guess, as far as... No, don't do that. A different name to differentiate the two. But it's putting the one that's over here on the purple side, I guess, as far as over on the YouTube. That's not the way that's supposed to work. So that's just something else I got to figure out in the off stream. The simulcasting thing, I guess, as far as a little bit strange sometimes. So I think we've shooken? Is that a word? Shaking this one down enough. We're gonna go ahead and sell this one. Made a good chunk of money, I guess, as far as we got it for 20,000. Then I guess we doubled our money, yeah, a little bit more. Not a lot we can make on these hot rods, I guess, as far as, but that was fun. No performance parts, I guess, as far as to it. It does get beat, I guess, as far as by some other cars. So I think with a little bit of tweaking and fine tuning, I guess, as far as that'll be a nice car to take to the strip. Let's go ahead and sell that one officially. And that's going to get us to 43 cars. 7 more to do of those, I guess, as far as you get that achievement. Alright, so we do got some scrapping and such, I guess, as far as to do. Let's make some room here for that story car. We had that redeemed, I guess, as far as by Jack Dawes. So let's clear this out here for a second. You know what? I gotta look at my... I got room in there? I think I do. Oh, yeah, she's full. Alright, so that'll work. That'll work. We got our project garage, I guess it's kind of full up there. So let's see what's going on with the story car. Ooh, we got a Lincoln Mark 5. I remember my Roman numerals. That's the Lincoln Mark 5. Let's go ahead and take the order. See what's going on with this dude. See, I've pointed this out before. Why is it that every single story car that we seem to get, it seems to be dirty? So, let's see what's going on with this story car. Good morning. I was just on my way back with an accidental acquisition. My wife sent me finally buy the promised car from my mother-in-law. This is for the mother-in-law. I got back late from work yesterday. I'd seen searching for something since this morning, but I ended up on an auction. Anyway, unfortunately, fatigue began to have an effect, so he had spent a lot of time before the console. It is beautiful car. It's actually not that bad. Perhaps I'm defending my stupid purchase just a bit. Maybe. I will pay double for it because here comes your part. Please check what's wrong with it and get it up and running. Perhaps we'll manage to get out clean from this misunderstanding. So, yeah, you had to buy a car from the mother-in-law. He got tired, I guess, as far as looking around, so he just settled for this one. So he may have overpaid, too. We've done that ourselves, I guess, as far as with some of the auction cars we've done. And we got 6 pages of faults on this car. So, fluids, of course, drain the oil. Okay, so let's see if this thing even runs. Kind of curious now. Let's see if it even runs. Okay, it turns over. She definitely does not want to run. Okay, so leave the car. Let's go get her bath, I guess, as far as, because, man, now I got dirt all over my butt, I guess, as far as I'm sitting on that dirty seat. Let's move this over to the car wash. We'll get her washed. Get her cleaned up, see what she looks like. Now, this is just a courtesy wash. Probably not necessarily required. You know, he's not wrong, I guess, as far as it isn't a bad car. Pretty clean. As far as body panels and that. And we'll do the interior too. That's just a courtesy detail. Alright, so... we need to get this up on the lift. See what's going on with it. So, we'll check the oil. So, it does turn over. Oh my, yeah, we can see some parts that are really bad on this. Well, let us do a compression test. Whoops. See if it lets us do a compression test. See what's going on in the interior. See if it gives indication we gotta pull it. Crank is bad. Okay, top end. Okay, so what I'm getting out of this is mostly top end, and the crank is bad, so that's the bottom end. Okay. So in order to get the crank out, the piston's got to come out. That's the bad side of it. So it's not like we can just take off the rod caps and take the crank out. So I'm thinking we're gonna go ahead and pull this engine. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, we're gonna pull it so we can get that crank replaced. So kind of interesting, I guess, as far as no vinyl top, so it's just a hard top. No vinyl, I guess, as far as most of these types of cars usually have the vinyl on that part of the roof. Interesting. Lincoln Mark 5, gotta love it. All right, let's get this oil drained. And I do want to clean out that inventory before we work on this car. Get that drained out of there. Yeah, she's pretty nasty. Yeah, let's do some scrapping here before we really get into this car. I have to pull that engine out, so... Yep, let's do some scrapping. Scrap-a-lap-a-lapping. So this one's in good shape. I'm going to sell that. Well, the yellow parts will sell. These parts... Whoop, hold on. These parts here will scrap. There we go. Big bonus, no whammies. Slowly but surely getting up to that 100,000 in scrap points. So we got a good one here, I guess, as far as the story car. Here, let me... I just thought of something here really quick. Give me a second. Sidetrack. Sidebar. Let's do this. Can I do... Boop. Maybe? Let me see here. Oh, it did do that over there. Sweet. So it's... Yeah, it's not got the right bot over there. That's weird. I'm going to have to figure that out. Okay, so it is doing some of the things correct over there. I just had to try that really quick, just as far as to see, keep it a little bit more lively there on the red side. That's, it's progress, but it's not, still not 100% the way it's supposed to be. We'll get her worked out, we'll get her worked out. Do-do-do-do. Yo, Truck Games, welcome on in. Went on there, Truck Games. Welcome on in. Alright, so we're gonna sell the rest of these parts. Yeah, so it won't sell that. Okay, so let's do sell, bloop, and bloop. That'll leave that there. We'll probably get that one fixed up at some point. We'll leave it in the inventory for now. Now we can work on our story car. We want to get this engine pulled. So it looks like we got some suspension parts that are bad. And all that good stuff. So let's get this dismantled. We already got the oil drained. We're good in that department. Do-do-do-do. I really wish there was a way you could track how many story cars that you've done. Because I would have to say we're pretty close at this point, I guess, as far as having them all done. We've been alright there, Truck Games, because as far as this working on the story car at this stage, I guess as far as per the redeem of Jackdaw. We can thank Jackdaw, I guess, as far as the redeem on this one. Alright, so that should be able to get that out of there. So we got to change out the crank and the top end on that engine. So in order, as we know, I guess as far as in order to get the crank out, we got to pull pistons out and all that stuff. It's fun stuff, fun stuff. A lot of work. Let's move this over here. Hope you've been doing all right there, Truck Games. Let's pull her out. Cool. Move that out of the way so we're not tripping on it. She's out of there. Cool. Let's get her on the stand. Got some questions to ask it. So we want the one carb. You know what? Yeah, we'll do this one. So it did say it needed a crank, so yeah, we'll do this one. This is the one that came out of the Lincoln. You're about to play this game after I take my shower? Nice. Beautiful. Alright, so story car it is. We clearly got some parts that are bad visually. We'll definitely get those changed up here. Inventory is clear for the most part, I guess, as far as so we'd be able to not get the parts mixed up. Power steering pump. So I'm sure there's some timing stuff that's going to be bad on this, so get the front end off on it. Watch it be all clean. Oh, you dirty rascal. So it is all... Still got to get it off anyway to get the crank off, so I guess it doesn't matter. Got to come off. That all looks good there. Let's get the bottom end. Alright. We get our rod caps and all that off there, because we know that's got to happen. think there may be 3 or 4 after this one. Yeah, there's really no way to tell in the stats anyway, I guess, as far as how many we've done. But yeah, like I was saying, we gotta be pretty darn close, I guess, as far as to getting them all done. Let's see. Yep, rod caps, there we go. So yep, crank is definitely, that's confirmed, it is shot. It's actually repairable. To take that back. So it's not shot, it is repairable, but it does need to come out. It does need to come out. A few rusty bolts down in here, so we got a leaky oil pan gasket or something. Probably up on the head too, as far as if you got moisture getting down here in the crankcase. Alright, we'll get all these rod caps off here first. I'll probably fix those up even though it may not be required. Just because. Alright, let's get our crank bearings out. We'll have to get the back end out, so yep, free up that crank so we can yank her out. A lot of work as far as just to get a crank bow replaced and or fixed or what have you. Yep, so we can't get those out without getting the top end out. We already knew this. Yeah, so the fact that you can see where you're at status-wise for the number of cars that you've fixed up and sold, but not necessarily story cars. Interesting. So let's flip this right side up. Alright, let's get the top end off of this so we can get the pistons out, get the crank out, all that good stuff. Alright, good deal. Looks like the sparkulators are bad. Just by visual inspection. Get some new sparkulators. Filter's horrible. Nice and dirty. Gee, filthy. Yep, looks like all the sparkulators are bad. Get those replaced. Fix up the valve train. Really, bro? Come on now. We've had our fair share of fun on this. We've had ones, not as many as I usually seem to get, I guess, as far as we get stumped on with the story cars anyway. I do feel like the story cars do offer a certain level, I guess, as far as of getting stumped. Yep, just trying to figure out what's wrong with it, I guess, as far as what you need to replace and or fix, I guess, as far as to get her running or get her completed. So yeah, we've had our fair share of fun with those. And we gotta rip this basically all the way down just to get at the crank. All that's gotta come off. Intake, okay. Pretty good, decent sized quantum on that one. So get this valve train taken apart. Yeah, a little rusty here on the valve train side of things. Gonna put a new gasket on this this deal so it doesn't get the moistures in there. Bad thing, I guess, as far as to mix oil and moisture. It's not good. Oops, don't be yelling at me. Okay, so get that exhaust manifold off. Yeah, these engines will always be my all-time favorite. As far as the old school pushrod engines, always be my most favorite. I've worked on my fair share, I guess, as far as of a lot of these types of engines in my day. They got a pretty good thickness in my blood for these. Let's say that. very much enjoy working on these types. Not that I take away against the parts from any of the other engines that we've learned how to build. Oh, we missed some rod caps on that one. Whoopsie. Yeah, I must have missed the rod caps on that one. Flip it back over. Get the rod caps off of that. Sure did. Okay, now we should be able to get the crank out. Good deal. Alright, let's get that fixed up. Slap her back in. Yeah, we're gonna fix up the starter. Fix up the ignition coil. Power steering pump. Hit it again. Okay, that one's good. Pick up all the parts that we need to. I think we gotta replace some rod caps. Crank, fix that up. How many rod caps do we have to replace? So we need a new fuel filter. Let's get that on the list. That one, we need some new wires. Rod caps. So we've got, well, that's rockers. Oh, we need a new radiator fan. Let's get that on the list. Rod caps. Actually, all the rod caps are good. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, those are all good. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That many rocker arms. Cool. So let's get the stuff we need. So I need push rod yet too. New fuel filter. Alright, we need a new oil filter. Yes. We need wires. That's going to be a different store. So we'll get a full dozen of these. Standard dozen rocker arms. New radiator fan. So what do we got for push rods? Where are my push rods at? There they are. Get all new sparkulators, so we need a new water pump. Actually the push rods are good. I'll be dang. So push rod looks like they're okay. We'll definitely get sparkulators. We'll get all new sparkulators. Yeah, so I guess all the push rods are good. Alright, so let's go get put together what we have. Good deal. So crank is refurbished. Get that put back in. Sweet. Alright, so our pistons and rings are all good to go. Put them back in. I should have probably looked at the condition, I guess, as far as that it was acceptable. But I would assume this is going to go. It's based on the fact we don't have anything orange or red. So we'll check our status on the car to make sure before we get too far into it. I hate to get it all put back together and find out we did have to replace some pistons and rings. So what is it showing here? Any pistons or rings? We do have some parts still undiscovered. That's probably going to be suspension. Yeah, a lot of this is going to be suspension. But yeah, it definitely doesn't show. We did do the compression test, as well as take the pistons out, so it doesn't show any pistons or rings. I think we're good. Good, good, good. Alright, let's get this put back together. So, rod caps back in. Yeah, so we got some good ones here yet. I think all the rod caps showed good to go. Crank bearings, those will, yep, good. Just put some new bolts onto them. Sweet. Always better, I guess, as far as to put the crank back in first. Get all the play out of the crank first before you put the, that's just my own personal opinion, I guess, as far as when rebuilding. It'll be different, I guess, as far as for, you know, whichever engine builder you talk to, I guess, as far as, but for me, getting all the slop, I guess, as far as out of the crank before you get the rod caps onto the journals. The order of operations there. Alright, and we'll put that back on. Button her back up. Cool. Alright, let's get her foot back right side. I said, oh, wrong way. There we go. We'll get our heads back on. Get our heads back on straight. Hate when my head's crooked. I don't know about you folks, because as far as I hate when my head's crooked. Or not on straight. So, push rods. We confirmed, I guess, as far as all these push rods are still good. Some of the rocker arms weren't. Hard to see these little buggers. So shiny in here. Now we got everything, somewhat brand new. Do-do-do-do. Okay, rocker arms. Did we get some new rockers? We did get some new rockers. We had to get 12 new ones. I want to mix these. We got some that are yellow. I want to mix these up here. I don't like to put all of them all on one side, so let's mix these up here a little bit. There we go. And we'll put the rest of these new ones. There we go. Another little tidbit, I guess, as far as not to put all the brand new ones on one side. So what I like to do as far as to put one that's used, if you're going to reuse used ones, kind of split it between one good one and one used one. Not necessarily put all the used ones on one side and all that. Otherwise you might get some pretty erratic behavior on the valve train. That's only if you're going to consider, I guess, as far as to reuse some parts. Usually it's just better to get these replaced, but that's not what this customer wants, so that's why we're doing it the way we're doing it. Okay, so let's get these on here. And the approach, the philosophy that we have here is the customer's always right. No matter if we know they're wrong. Even if we know they're wrong, just as far as we do what they want to do. Put that one there. So how many more? We got one more there. Let's do this one there. Good one there. Okay, so all the rest of them should be brand new. Spread it out. Okay. Okay, now we can put that head cover on. Sweet, and that one is the non-oil fill side. Okay. Proper torque sequence. Prius Kraus and all that. Okay, so ignition coil is refurbished. Diamond chain. Yep, we did need to replace that. I don't think the cam gears, but let's make sure the cam gear's not bad. Yep, cam gear's good. We'll put it back on. Just wanted to make sure. Hard to tell just by looking at it if it is bad or not. Same goes with the chain. I think I put two of them on there now. Nope, the one. Okay, cool. Beautiful. Alright, so let's go ahead and put the new chain. Get all the timing good on it. Cover. Cool. Torque her down. Awesome. We needed a new water pump. We already got that on the list. Yep, need a new water pump. Get that replaced. Yep, other one was bad. And I think the pulley was bad. Nope, it's actually good. Harmonic balancer, good. Wait, alright, we did get a new filter. Fuel filter. Get our exhaust manifolds back on. Yeah, not a bad car, I guess, as far as for the auction. I don't know how much he paid for it, I guess, as far as, but from the sounds of it, this buyer, I guess, as far as overpaid, because he was just tired of looking for cars like for the mother-in-law. Get this head cover on. This one is the oil fill side. Cool deal. This will intake back in. Awesome sauce. So carburetor. Gotta keep it carbureted. Alright, so we do need a new air filter. Let's get a new one of those. Oh, and we'll get some new sparkulators and some wires. So this one is still good. Cap it up, put the hat back on it. So we did refurbish the power steering. Now we can put some new belts on. Definitely need new belts. definitely need new belts. So we might get a chance to get as far as to shake this one down at the either the test pass or the test track. Gets as far so we can find out what's wrong with the suspension. Still got some other faults on this car in that regard under that category. Engine looks good though. New radiator fan. Keep that radiator cool. Alright, so oil filter, we did get a new one of those. Sparkulators. Okay, let's go to the electronics store and get those items. New sparkulators, we'll get all new sparkulators. And we need wires too, hold on. Yep, there's our wires. Sweet, let's get those in there. Still got our back end to do. I think the flywheel and all that was still good to go. There's something about these old school engines that gets as far as just a lot of nostalgia to it. Okay, wires back on. Cool, I think that engine build is complete other than our back end here. So flywheels still fly. Clutch plate still good. Pressure plate still good. Car was very well taken care of. Cool. Alright, so engine is done. And you know what I want to do before we put this back in here? I'm going to check the bottom end here. See what we got here. So I know we got some suspension parts that need to be dealt with. See what we got here. So subframe looks good. Steering rack definitely does not. Let's get the tires off here. Could take care of all that. Sometimes you just got to use your eyeballs, I guess, as far as to see what's wrong. So looks like we're gonna need new pads and rotors. Okay. Tie rods. Have to get some new ones of those. Oops. Get the other tire off. It's got some normal wear and tear in here that you would expect. You know, the car was obviously used. It was obviously driven. We expect a little bit of wear, I guess, as far as on parts like this. Stands to reason. What the heck? Get off there, bro. Oh! Yeah, that's what I said. Same thing I said there, Racer Batman. Appreciate the spray. Little horse fart action going in there. It's a little stinky, I guess, as far as the horse farts. So we got pads. So we take our shock assemblies out. Steering rack out. So just trying to get the parts that I can see that are bad. So both shock assemblies are not very good. Okay, let's get those taken apart. Oh, wrong one. So we'll take them apart. Okay, so while that's coming apart, I'm gonna need 2, 2, and 2. Alright. Go to this store, grab those parts. We need 2 of these. We gotta rebuild both of these shock assemblies, because they both not good. Front spring, okay. Alright, take that guy off of there. I don't think we got rotors. Are machinable. Nope. So we gotta go 2 new rotors, 2 new pads. Looks like all the calipers are good. Okay, so let's get those items. 2 brake discs ventilated, so I was on the front, so yeah, ventilated. So we need 2 sets of pads. Okay, so join these together. Let's put these new shock assemblies together. We got some parts to refurbish. So steering rack. We need some tie rod stuff there. So what is fixable on here? So our steering. Yep. Try not to break it. Good to go there. So tie rod stuff. Where's our tie rod stuff? Yep, so we'll get new. And what about sway bar? Yep, and end links. That must be this way. Hey man, where are the end links? Oh, that's probably gonna be sway bar anyway, that's right. That's gonna be this way, there we are. Cool, let's get those all replaced. So we need 2 outer tie rods, 2 inner tie rods, and we need a sway bar, and end links. Cool, let's go get that put back together then. So take care of quite a few faults, I guess, as far as on the car. Be a little less faulty. I don't know if it's got some rubber bushings that are bad. That we don't know yet. Might have to take her on the test path if it comes down to it. Shake that down. All this looks still good. This side. That rotor. Oh, yeah, we can put that in. Okay, end links, we got those brand new. Okay, let's put our steering rack back in. New tie rods. Tying all of our steering. Okay, rotors, those are brand new. New pads. Calipers were still good. Awesome sauce. Okay, so that's ready to put the tire back on. I'm going to leave it off there just for a second. We'll check some things, I guess, as far as in our status of our parts here before we put the tires back on. Might have some rubber bushings and stuff here to deal with. Okay, so let's check our status. Okay, so it's still showing the crank. Okay, we got that. Once we get the engine back in there, we should be good to go on those faults. Steering rack has been replaced. Spark plugs. We do have some parts still undiscovered. I wonder if there's stuff going on in the rear. Yeah, we're gonna leave the tires off there for a moment. Anything going on here in the rear? Rear looks like it might be okay. Let's do an inspection. Let's do it this way. Okay, that's all good there. So I don't think we got anything on the rear end. Ooh, we got a drive axle. It's bad there. Okay, so yeah, so we do have some parts here in the rear end. Solid rear drive axle. That one's bad. We got to get that out of there. So rear drive axle. Okay, let's get the. So we got the same size tires all the way around. Double check here. Yes, we do. So it doesn't matter, I guess, as far as not staggered or anything. Pull these off. I'm still not ruling out the fact that we might have some rubber bushings we got to replace. Not ruling it out. We do need to get these drive axles out of here. Those are bad. Oh, shoes are bad. Drive axle. This one's bad. The other one is probably repairable. That cylinder. This is taking care of some more of the faults on the car. Shoes. Definitely not repairable. Yeah, it just needs a little bit of TLC on this car, that's all. That one's shot. Alright, let's go fix up what we can. Just that drive axle, okay. Don't break it. Oh. Hit it again. There we go. Okay, so we have... What's new here? So we have 2 of those. Both shoes, gotcha. Drums are good to go. We'll leave those alone. Also I'm missing, so this solid rear axle, this one was repaired, that's good. Okay, that's all we can do. So let's go ahead to the store, grab 2 new shoes, 1 drive axle, and 2 cylinders. Okay, so I think we're good for rear end. Put this back together. Come together right now over me. I know some of you know that song. Okay, so our drums were still good. Okay, let's do this side. Drive axle, we got that one repaired. So cylinder, brand new shoes. Drums were still good shape. And let's check our status. Let's see how we did. Still got 1, 2, 5 parts not discovered. I got a feeling they're going to be rubber bushings. Got a feeling they're going to be rubber bushings. So, what we're going to do, let's put these tires back on. And we'll take it over to the test path. We'll shake her down. I got a feeling it's just going to be rubber bushings. Of course, we have to get the engine back in there and all that good stuff. Okay, front tires back on. It could very well be wheel bearings and that too. Very possible. In fact, hold on here. Let's do it this way. So let's go. We can check that stuff as far as this way. Okay, so no wheel bearing there, bad. That's good. Then this side. What about this side? Nope, all good to go there. So, all right, that's at least so doesn't rule out, I guess, as far as these rubber bushings like in the wishbones or anything like that. Very possible could be one of those. I think we can rule out wheel bearings. See, did that populate anything in here? So we had 5. Nope, still got 5 items. Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking it's probably going to be leaning more towards rubber bushings. But I'm thinking. So let's get her down on the ground. Doing pretty good so far. Wait, did I get... Yeah, let's get the engine back in here. Here, let's do this while we're at it. So we can pull these out just to confirm. That one's fine. We'll put it back in there. Oh goodness. Put it back in there. This is kind of the long way to do it, but I guess it works. So that one's fine. We can rule out the subframe at least anyway. Okay, check this. Where's that one in the front? Where you at, you little rascal? There it is. Yeah, that one's good to go. Let's put that one back in there. And one more over on this side. Okay, so I'm gonna say probably gonna be some bad rubber bushings like in the roll arms. Okay, so we ruled out its subframe, at least anyway. Get this off the stand. Slap this puppy back in. See if we still got this to 5. 5 faults left. Yep. Cool. Alright, let's check our stats now. Should have all the engine stuff off there. We missed the rocker arm? Well, 71%. There must have been one below 71. That's on top end. That's not too bad. Starter, and then those other 5 parts. Okay. So we missed a rocker arm. I'm going to mark that just to see which one it's saying is. Oops. That's on top end. So it's on this side. Okay. So one of them must have been below 71. At least it's on the top end, so that's good. So this guy right here. Yep, she's at 66%, so that's definitely below. Definitely below. Alright, let's go ahead and get that replaced. So we'll get this on the list. And order up a new rock arm so we can get that fault removed. There we go. And put that cover back on. Now we should be just left with those 5 other faults. And just to confirm, one more rock arm starter. We got that replaced. This one, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait a minute. How do we get another fault here? We had 5. How do we end up with 6? Oh, for crying out loud. That's weird. All right, let's button up the bottom end. Get the transmission and all that back in there. And see what we got from there. We'll get it figured out. So that's below 71. I don't know if that counts. I don't think it did. It's not showing it on our faults. Nope, definitely not shown on the faults, even though it is below 71% on the gearbox. Starter, we did get that repaired. Okay, let's put our drive shaft back in. Okay. So somehow we went from 5 faults to 6. I don't know how that happened. By changing out that rocker arm. Alright, so status. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we got six items there. Alright, we're gonna get this over the test path and see what's going on. Let's see. Nope, still 6. Making sure. Just making sure. Okay, so let's get her on the ground. Get some fresh motor honey back put into her. Fresh motor honey. No, I don't want to do that. I want to put oil in it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Lizard.
Oh god. The lizard's back. The lizard's back. Wait for it.
Lizard.
There it is. I gotta wait for that last one. Dark Legacy. Appreciate the lizard. How's it going out there today? Welcome on in. So what else we missed here? I think that's all the fluids. We did have some other fluids we had to do. We had to refill the bug juice. Let's do that. And we got to change the other ones. We already did the oil. Oh no! Too many symbols? No, Dark Legacy. What did you, yeah, it's telling me you did too many, symbols. Guess you were just getting excited, I guess, as far as about things. 15 second timeout there, I guess, as far as for that. I don't know what it is exactly, it doesn't show me, but it said too many symbols. Okay, so let's do... What other fluids? So we gotta do power steering, coolant, so we gotta change out the coolant. Let's do the coolant. Change it out. Draw it out. You did too many exclamation points? Is that what it was? Yeah. We understand, I guess, as far as that folks do get excited here. We understand. But, we have to keep you honest is all. Funny there, Fox, yeah. So, the fact that, what I've come to understand, they don't tend to use Lizard as much as they do just unbranded. They tend to use unbranded, I guess, as far as, anymore. So, yeah, they really don't use that brand name anymore. As much, anyway. Yeah, I'm just hearing, I guess, as far as from folks that have, you know, just told me things. You know, I can't take away, I guess, as far as the fact that people are still going to play that game. Even though I have my own issues with it. So let's get some fresh cherry juice into this guy. Nope, not that way. So this way. Yep, get some fresh cherry juice in here, and I think we got brake juice we got to do. And I think all that should be all the fluids. So we still got 6 more faults, I should say. Drain that out. You just woke up too? You had to come over here and give us some I appreciate you coming over and just waking up. I know there's a lot of other things that I'll do before, after just waking up. A couple of choice things that, I don't know, might be considered inappropriate. Let's just say we like to use the restroom and stuff like that first when we first wake up. We appreciate that's one of your first tasks as far as to come on over here when you first wake up. So we got all those tasks done. We still got these 6 faults though. Yep, so let's get it over to the test path. Let's make sure she runs first. How about that? Oh, I thought I got it all the way down. They're all the way down. Okay, so let's see if she runs first. Very luxurious in here. Okay, he does run. That's good. That's important. So let's get it over to test path so you can shake down some of these other faults possibly. Let's shake her down. Yep. Yes, please. We know the brakes and all that should be good. We already got those replaced. Gotta shake down the suspension. The rear brakes. Okay, we know all that's good. Shake down the suspension. Shake, rattle, and roll. Okay, check out the rear. Okay, what kind of faults we got? I knew it. What did I tell you? Yeah, I knew it was going to be rubber bushing, so that's only 4 of them though. So there's still 2. In fact, hold on. So we got these 2 small ones that are below 671. So let's see what our faults say. I knew it was going to be rubber bushings. So yep, 4 there. And still got 2 parts undiscovered. Alright, so let's mark these rubber bushings to find out which ones they are. They're probably going to be in the control arms, the wishbones, more than likely. Yep, so we got, looks like they're all in the upper. All 4 of them are related to the upper. We'll have to take them, get it back on the lift, get the tires off, and get those fixed up. Move it back over to the lift. Alright, let's get her done. You know what? We can just do it this way. That'll work. Let's get the front tires back off so we can get those upper control arms back out. Yeah, I had that funny feeling it was going to be rubber bushings. So we're still got 2 parts undiscovered though. 2 parts undiscovered. So let's get these off. Okay, and those are not repairable, of course. So we're going to have to get 4 new rubber bushings for that. Okay, so we need part mount. So now let's just go this way. We know we need 4 rubber bushings. Let's do it this way. 4 new ones of these. But let's get those upper control arms back in. Just about done with this this story card. Had the better part of 6 pages of faults, which got them all figured out. Still got these 2 faults though. So I'm wondering, we'll have to do like an electrical test on it to see. So check our faults. Still got these 2 right there. So I'm gonna probably say maybe something in electrical. So maybe fuse, relay, and possibly like rotor, stuff like that. Yeah, we'll do an electrical test and see. So it's gonna be either, yeah, I don't think it's gonna be fuel pump. I'm gonna say it's gonna be electrical. Yeah, that's what I'm going with. So let's do an electrical test. Let's see how my instinct says electrical. I could be totally wrong. So far, electrical's looking okay. Okay, so maybe not electrical. Let's check our faults. See if it did find anything. No. Okay, so it was not electrical. Let's try fuel. Do a fuel pressure test. So it was the pump. See, I immediately ruled the pump out, so that's only one other fault. We still got one more fault. Yeah, I definitely did quickly rule out, I guess, as far as the pump, but apparently the pump is an issue. Alright, let's get that. Yeah, it didn't look bad from back there, but apparently from this perspective it definitely looks bad. Let's get that repaired. So we still got one more fault, though. One more fault to figure out. And that fuel pump needed to whack that a few times, I guess, as far as to get that straight. There we go. Okay, let's get that put back in. One more fault. Okay, so that's going to be the question. What is that one more fault? Right there. So, I'm going to say we did electrical tests, but this one doesn't have the need to do the OBD scanner. Filter's already been done. We know the valve train's fine. Timing stuff was good. We took that all off. I'm gonna say it's gonna be something that doesn't show on a test, that's for sure. Let's pull this clip off. Distributor? I mean, it doesn't look bad visually, but let's see if that distributor's bad. Okay. Wires we know are good. Those are brand new. Cap. Rotor? It was the rotor. So I guess the rotor doesn't show up on a test. So the rotor and we already knew the wires. So it was the rotor. So it was technically electrical. It just doesn't show up on the test. Yeah. So it was technically. We can repair that rotor too. Nice. So yeah. Rotor doesn't show up on a test, but it did come down to electrical, which is the ignition. Oop, hit that one again. Hit it again. There we go. Oh, that rotor's good to go. Slap her back in there. That should be all the faults on this thing. Let's get her buttoned up and get her finished up here. Move on to our next project car. Clips are good, and that's good. Sweet. Alright, so just confirm on our faults. All done. Everything's grayed out. Awesome sauce. Alright, cool. So let's go ahead and get her all the way back on the ground. We'll finish this one up. She cleaned up pretty nice, I guess, as far as, so hopefully the customer we did this for is happy to have this for their mother-in-law. Cool. Alright, let's go ahead and finish. Ta-da! All done. And for that, we should be getting our crate. Whoops. Been going till that. Yeah, we got a crate for finishing up that story car. So we'll see what we got out of the crate. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tigger by its toe. If you holla, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Ooh, good chunk of credits. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tigger by its toe. If you holla, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Ooh, another crate, another chance. Yeah, buddy. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tigger by its toe. If you holla, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Ooh, what's up? Sure. So we're working our way to level 117. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tigger by its toe. If you holla, let him go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. And another fat chunk of credits. Hell yeah, let's go. Alright, so that's our crate. We got some scrapping we got to do there after working on that story car. Let's do that. Clean up our inventory. So, yeah, we'll just go ahead and scrap that. Just that one rock arm. All the rest of it is in the orange or red. Good for scrapping. Yeah, so I've made a lot of comparisons between this game and our previous renditions of Car Mechanic. It's the first time we've had this ability, I guess, as far as to scrap out the parts instead of just selling them. So it gives you a lot of versatility in that regard. Try to get the big bonuses. No whammies. I'm kind of looking forward to the next rendition of this game. That we're going to be all over that like fly to you know what. I think it's from what we've been able to experience in this game, I guess, as far as it's only going to be that much better, I feel. Especially looking forward to see if we get new types of fluids like ATF, like transmission fluid, also known as cherry juice, things like that. A lot of other creature comforts, I guess, as far as come to the game. Of course, always some new cars. You know, possibly see some of the DLC cars become default cars. That'd be pretty cool. You know, get some DLC to come with the base game. That'd be an awesome sauce. We only got about 14 more parts to do here. Roughly. 7 parts per page. You know, you gotta do the math. We know a lot of we don't like to always do math, but some math is okay. It's okay. And that water pump. So yeah, finishing up with a bang. Alright, so we got inventory's clear with exception to that one. Probably get that one fixed up at some point. So we are clear in the inventory as well as here. Story car is done. Let me go ahead and get our Gen 2 out of here. Let's put this back out. And like I was mentioning, I guess, as far as we have been doing some work on this one in the off stream. One of the major differences here that we'll probably see in the next version of this, as far as we'll have the fender badges, I guess, as far as be reoriented, I guess, as far as so we can have more than one. So we can have, for example, the Camaro as well as the SS and or the Z28 in combo, I guess, as far as for the fender badges. I also would like to incorporate, I guess, as far as different displacement badges, you know, as far as like 427, 389, those like that. Been toying around with that, I guess, as far as a little bit, just to allow for more options, I guess, as far as for fender badging. I definitely have taken a look at like this version of the Camaro in particular that doesn't have the spoiler, has the Camaro badge on the trunk lid. I want to be able to have things like that on there, and also removable. So if you didn't want to have it on there, so these are some of the things we're working on with that Gen 2, just as far as in the off stream. So yeah, definitely still some work in progress there. Let's get another project car out here, though. I think we're going to work on this standard Beetle. We'll get this one fixed up and get this one sold. These are pretty cool looking cars. So that will put that on the lift. Look at this little guy. It's pretty cool. It definitely reminds me of a Beetle. And the fact that it's got the Porsche engine in it fits in here pretty nicely, I guess, as far as quite honestly too. Quite naturally. So I don't remember if I got this one running. Let's just double check and see if this one does run. She does not. So probably need we'll do our standard test, as far as just to top it off with some fresh oil and see if she'll start. Where's the dipstick on this thing? Oh, dipstick, where are you at? Oh, that right there. Yep. Yeah, we're just going to top it up on some fresh oil. So where's the oil fill? Oh, oil fill. Oh, it's got that service bay. That's right. I forgot about this one. Is this like the Porsche? Got that service. What do they call those things? I guess as far as the service, container, I guess, as far as on the side, so it's not actually on the engine itself. Okay, that should be enough. Let's see if she starts. Top her off on some fresh oil. Come on, baby. She's a runner. It actually sounds like a Volkswagen, too. Sounds like a Volkswagen. No, I haven't played around, I guess, as far as with sound pitches, I guess, as far as for the different engines that are available in the game. This one, you can definitely tell some work has been done, I guess, as far as they get it to actually sound like a Volkswagen. So, we got a runner. That's pretty cool. Let's see. How's the frame looking? Frame needs a little bit of TLC. Let's go ahead and weld the frame. $500 to get her welded. That's not bad at all. Cool. Alright, so that's done. So our frame is good to go. Let's fix up some body panels. Fenders. Oh, nice. It's even got holes, I guess, as far as where the headlights go for the fenders. That's pretty cool. This reminds me of what the Baja looks like. It has no fenders. Really cool job, I guess, as far as they did on the bodywork of this one. Let's take out all the winders. Got those fenders. Front. Back winder. Look at how cool that looks. Look how nice that Porsche engine fits in there. That's pretty solid. Let's get that off of there. Yeah, this is kind of what the Dune one looks like as far as with no fenders on it. That's some pretty killer work on this. All that underbody work, I guess, as far as on that's pretty solid. Rear bumper off. Okay, let's go get fixed up what we can. Get that windshield out. Go to the bench and see what we can get fixed up here. So that's our headlights. Okay. Hood. Don't be confused. The hood and the trunk, I guess, as far as the trunk in this case is where it houses the engine. We got some parts that are halfway decent shape on this car. Probably gonna want to paint it a different color. So we'll have to decide. One that I remember, a friend of mine used to have. I never owned a Volkswagen Beetle, also known as a Bug, but I had a friend that had one that was a powder blue. It was powder blue. It's kind of an interesting color, I guess, as far as to that. So let's. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. So we want to go this way. Let's do assemble. There we go. Put our body panels back on there. Let's see, I think everything got repaired. Headlights got repaired. I know I've mentioned this before too. What's really cool with the mod cars is you have the ability to actually repair tail lights and headlights in comparison to some of the DLC and the default cars. Nice advantage, I guess, as far as to the mod cars. Okay, so we might have to paint that dude. I think I'm going to repaint the whole thing. And I'm thinking to do it in that powder blue. My initial thought there. So let's get some new winders. New winders. So let's go to this body shop. We should have our Beetle. Yep, some windshield. That winder, and then our back window. Cool deal. Put that in there. Oh, I don't want to forget my mirrors. Got my mirrors and got those fixed. Yes, we did. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Get that out of there. Not bad. So we got to go 2 new winders for this side. So it kind of gives you a little bit of an indication of what other trims we have going into that shop. So there's, I forget how many trims are on this card. I'm going to say there's a good 4 or 5 of them. So the standard, the Herbie, the Baja, and one other one, I think. What I do remember. So we got our back window. And we need this window. Did I not get that on the list? I thought I did. Guess not. There we go. So our body should be in 100%. 91. So what did we miss? Let's check our parts list and see what we did miss. Obviously we got to get into, so our rear license plate. Yeah, let's get a standard. I don't think there's one on the front, is there? Nope, there isn't one on the front, but there is one on the back. So let's get one standard plate. One standard dealer plate. Let's go to the plate shop. Get one standard plate for her. So this one we're obviously going to fix it up and sell it. Okay, so where are we at status wise? 95. So what else are we missing yet? What else are we missing yet? Go back to the beginning. Those are all 100%. Car part 1. What is this? So that's going to be an outside body part. Car part 1. So what we'll do... I'm not seeing it highlighted, so what is that part? Interesting. Alright, so let's go to the store. Go to the body shop. Oops, we gotta go to this one though. What is car part 1? Oh, it's a left side skirt with chrome. Let's buy one of those. Left side skirt with chrome. That's this side here, huh? Oh, look at that. So all of that is a part of that. Okay, cool. Neat. That's kind of cool how they did that one. Let's go ahead and put that back on. So that might have been repairable, actually. Let me see if it was repairable. It was. That's okay, though. We got a little bit of taste, I guess, as far as what the parts in the store are like. You know, I kind of like this look, I guess, as far as with the black fenders. I guess as far as on the in comparison to the bike, is an accent. That might be something we could do too on this thing. But I am definitely thinking about doing that powder blue. That's kind of deal, I guess, as far as I remember. Back in high school, a friend of mine had one that was powder blue. So what we can do with this side skirt, we're going to sell this. If I did have a left door window, what the heck? I'll go ahead and sell that. Made a little boo-boo on those purchases. Okay, so our body should be 100%. 97. Okay, we're still missing something. So that's all interior. Here, oh, car part 2. What's car part 2? Alright, hold on. Let's go to the store. See what car part 2 is. Whoops. Of course I have it. Car part 2 is the right side skirt with chrome. Okay, so that's this side. Sweet. So they did that all separate, I guess, as far as for the running boards, if you will. Neat. So we can fix this one up. Awesome. Put that back in there. See where we're at. Yeah, I kind of like the way this one's done. Now we should be 100%. 99. So, okay, still missing something. So that's all interior. Car part 3. Okay, what's car part 3? Go to the store. That one is some window trim. Okay, so window trim. Where's that at? Right there. So that's all the window trim. See if that's repairable. That's pretty neat how they did that. Check that out. That's pretty detailed. As far as to go so far with the window trim. Chrome window trim. Alright, let's put that back in. Takes a little bit, I guess, as far as to get that selected, though. Alright, so let's see.
Like a glove.
Yes. So 100% on the body and the frame. Good deal. So we got that all good to go on the body and the frame. Alright, so we know it runs and all that good stuff. I guess the next thing to do, I guess, as far as let's get this engine pulled. We'll get that refurbished. It's a nice little car to work on. So obviously we'll have to drain the oil. We did have to top it off with some fresh stuff. You know, with the nasty stuff that was in there. So overall it looks good shape. But we know it's not. We know it's not. So let's get this out of the way. Wait, alright, let's get it dismantled here on the rear end so we can get that out of there. So what kind of rims? Rims 34B, is that right? Let me see what those, go to the rim shop here really quick. 34B. 34. Oh, I see. So 34B, those types right there. Seem pretty appropriate, I guess, as far as for the Beetle. Mm-hmm. Definitely. Very appropriate. Okay, so we need to get our drive axles out. Get that gearbox out of there so we can get that engine pulled. Cool, so starter. It's got that 6-cylinder portion in it. I don't even remember, I guess, as far as what size engines the Beetles had. I want to say they only were 4-cylinder, but I guess maybe they were the Porsche 6-cylinder. I guess that's why we got that one in here. I think we got enough dismantled here, do we? Oh, I see what they did. So they got another one of those examples where you don't have the exhaust actually tied into the one of the engine, but it does have its own exhaust here, you know, to give it that appearance, I guess, as far as in the rear. So it kind of takes away from it a little bit. This is what I've noticed with like some of the newer mod cars that are coming out there. They have it all custom, I guess, as far as for exhaust parts. So yeah, it did include a visual, I guess, as far as for exhaust, but it doesn't actually connect to the exhaust on the engine. Interesting. We'll go ahead and pull this off. So that's off. This is the rear section B. Okay, let's get these out. I think we got to take these off in order to pull it. And even if it doesn't require it, we're going to do that anyway, because I think it'll be easier. So, not really a flaw, I guess, as far as with the mod, I guess, as far as... But it does, you know, kind of take away from it a little bit, I guess. So let's see if we can pull this engine now. Very well done, I guess, as far as on the body. It definitely represents the VW bug, I guess, as far as pretty well. Very discerning, or no, very adequate. Oh, what's the word I'm looking for? When you look at it, it definitely looks like a bug. Let's put it that way. Okay, pulled her out. She's out of there. Pretty empty space in there now. We'll get that up on the stand. We'll get that fixed up. Yep, I want to work on this fella. Okay, she's on there. Wait, is she turned? Nope, she's good. Yeah, those are those weird engines. It looks like a V6 that was flattened out. What it reminds me of. Okay, so that's good. We're gonna work on the rear end. Let's work on some rear end here. I guess as far as so we can get that fixed up for this. I guess as far as prior to working on the engine. Got that independent double wishbone suspension. Get her all fixed up. Make her as good as new. I'm gonna have to turn the thermostat up here. I guess as far as it's getting a little chilly in my. I know the temperature when we went out earlier today was fairly warm. It was still pretty pretty much sweater weather, but getting a little bit chillier now. You can feel it. Let's see here. Let's get that battery out and charge that guy. Where's that battery located anyway? So it's not in the engine bay, it's like in the back seat? Is that right? So it looks like what they did here, I guess, as far as the way the shocks probably work on this one here, they go there. I don't know if that's the way we got them actually depicted in here. But it's got the indentation for it right there. We've got the double wishbone that goes this way. So I think in reality, that's where the shock assembly gets as far as we go through there. A lot of detail in that regard. Let's pull these apart while we're at it. Okay, we've probably got some brakes we can machine. Yep, get those machined. Get some parts for the back here refurbished. So with the double wishbone suspension, no subframe, we only need 8 rubber bushings for the wishbones. Taking a mental note on that. Do 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 do. Gotta love it when you got this many parts here to be able to refurbish. Alright, so while I'm thinking of it, we're gonna go back to this store. I'm gonna get my rubber bushings, which we need. Oop, of course I have it. Rubber bushings. We need 8 of those. Okay, that'll be for wishbones. And we got our other rotor. That machine, and we'll go ahead and get some new brake pads. Okay, and then we need some wheel bearings. I think it's got wheel bearings. Yeah, we got wheel bearings. So no caps for them. So we got the drive axles going through those. Alright, pull that off. I think that's about it. Actually, okay. Let's go get this rear end put back together. Wait a minute. We do need to put our shock assemblies out. That's right. I forgot something. So we need 2 of those. Gotta put that battery on there too. 2 of these and 2 caps. There we go. So 2 new rear springs. Double wishbones, thank you. And caps. Okay, let's put these together. Come together right now. There's one. Sweet. Alright, now we should have everything we need. So our knuckles refurbished. Back and plates refurbished. Refurbished. We should have wheel bearing. Yep, got that brand new. Remachine rotors. New pads. Calipers are good to go. Okay. So we got our upper control arm. refurbished with some new bushings. Lower, same deal. Shock assemblies, so it's all good to go. Okay, so that should be that side. Up until we get the, you can actually, it starts off with the cranks. There's really no block, per se, I guess, as far as for this engine. It's just two engine halves, really. It's kind of wild how that engine building goes. Wheel hub, refurbished. Rotor remachined. New pads. Okay, calipers are refurbished. Sweet. So our upper and lower control arms. Refurbished with some new bushings. New shock assembly. Cool. So other than, yeah, just getting the engine back in there, drive shaft, drive axle, I think we're good. Alright, so we're going to work on the front end too while we're at it. So, should have the same size tire all the way around, yep. So nothing staggered, so we don't have to worry about what goes where. So 4-wheel disc brakes on this puppy, check that out. Fuel tank is right there. We need to get that. Just remembered, we need to get this onto this charger there. There we go. Trying to multitask. Keep things rolling. Yeah, this one does have gap on the wheel bearing. Okay. We got to build a front shock assembly, I guess, as far as for this one here. So this bug, I think, is from 64, so it's even earlier than I thought. I was thinking it was like 70. From 64. So I'm assuming that's when the bug was first introduced. Around the same time then, I guess, as far as the Mustang. First Mustang. So yeah, a little bit of automotive history there, it looks like then. We got our brake booster right there, okay. Get all the brake stuff off. Get all the front end stuff done. So this one doesn't have an ECU. Too early of a car, I guess, as far as they have the ECU. Okay, we get the... I mean, it's got your average rusty parts on here that you would expect. Nothing too extremely roached. Whoops, gotta get that shock assembly out. Whoop, gotta get that outer tire right off there first. We'll get ahead of ourselves. I gotta drain out that guy, I guess, as far as to get the booster out. I think we got all the guts for the suspension out, though. Alright, let's get her back down here so we can do some stuff in the trunk bay, in this case. Gotta drain this guy out. Replace that reservoir. You know, and I do remember... I do absolutely remember the brake booster, the brake cylinder, I guess, as far as was right there in the trunk, as far as like the very front, the nose of the car, as well as the tank, I guess, as far as you filled it up from the front. So you usually had, let's see if it shows it on here. Yeah, so you had the fuel fill right there, brakes were right there. This is very well done, I guess, as far as the design of that. I don't remember so much of this having a cover on here. This was basically your trunk. So you had means, I guess, as far as like the way the approach they took here, I guess, as far as just kind of fill it in, not necessarily use it as a trunk. Kind of interesting. Interesting how they did that. Let's go ahead and drain this brake booster out. Get that fixed up. Alright. So that we can only get... Okay, how do we get that out of there? Hold on a minute. So it's saying we gotta get that from underneath. Yep. So that's just the way that parts like that are designed. To be underneath, and regardless if it is towards the top of the car. That's just the way the game understands where those parts are going to be located. Naturally. It's these two little fellas. Okay, let's go fix up what we can on the front end. Got our brakes. Oh, I didn't do it. I didn't do it, Copa. I didn't go do it, Copa. I made sure I didn't leave any mess on the floor. Hopefully you didn't hurt yourself. How's it going there, Copa? I guess as far as, yeah, hopefully you didn't hurt yourself. I don't know who left that mess on the floor. I guess as far as I'll make sure they get reprimanded appropriately. Yeah, gotta love it. The parts that we have available to be able to fix up. There we go. Hit it again. Awesome sauce. Alright, let's get these parts back in. Pretty neat. I do like that accent of the black fenders as far as contrast to the body. That's pretty killer. The fact that you can do it that way too. If you chose to. So brake servo was fixed. We need a new one of these bug juice containers. Get that replaced. Okay, so that's all good. We need to get that fuel tank out of there. Let's get this back up on the lift. Okay, looks like our steering rack was repaired. We need a new sway bar. Those are not repairable. Okay, we got our knuckles, should be good to go. Tie rod stuff. Yeah, we're gonna need some new tie rod stuff. So let's get the inners and the outers. Yeah, let's just do it this way. So tie rod stuff. Get 2 new outer tie rods. Cool, let's get those in. So we're gonna need 8 more rubber bushings for this front end. No subframe on this either. Nope, so no subframe. So let's get 8 new rubber bushings. Oh, force habit again. Oh, what did I delete? You piece of crap, that is not what I wanted to do. Oh, what did I take off there? That was, ABS pump. Yeah, we'll leave the modules on there for sure, though. Right, so I didn't not mean to do that. So yeah, we need rubber bushings. So let's get 8 rubber bushings for our wishbones in the front. There we go. Sweet. And oh goodness, what is going on? Why you don't let me put that in there? There we go. For a minute there, I thought it was gonna tell me I couldn't do that. Don't tell me what I can't do. I know what I can do. I know my rights. Okay, so there's that side. So we got our backing plate, wheel hub. I don't think I got the new bearings or anything yet. We've got to remachine those yet. Alright, we'll get those. Don't worry. Don't worry, we'll get it done. So, backing plates. Wheel hub. Yep, so we got to remachine those fellows. So we got our tie rod. This one, wait, is this one new? Hold on a minute. Yep, okay, just making sure. Just making sure. So we need wheel bearings. Yep. Get 2 new wheel bearings. Did I already get that one on the other side? Nope. Alright, just making sure again. So we need 2 new wheel bearings. Get that on the list. And let's get some caps for them as well. Taking a little bit different approach on it, I suppose. Change of pace. Alright, so we need 2 caps. We'll pack it full of grease and put some new caps on there. Button up our front end. Alright, let's get these rotors remachined. Okay, we're going to need some new pads for the front end, so let's get some new brake pads. Alright, we already got our bushing, so we're good there. I think our battery should be done. Oh, we can put our battery back in there. Where does this battery go? So the battery is in the back seat here somewhere. I don't remember for sure where the batteries were on these. From the one I do remember riding in. I almost want to say it was in the front. I guess as far as it was in the trunk. So I don't know if that's I can't 100% approve or disapprove of this one. Let's go ahead and remachine that guy. And what else do we need yet? So our drive axles are good. We got some front. Let's see here. Oh, we gotta take these apart. That's why. Get these apart for the front shock assemblies. Pretty sure they were in the trunk. I thought they were too. I do recall, I guess, as far as they were in the trunk. I'm not gonna say they weren't ever where this one is, but yeah, I definitely do remember them being in the trunk. So they were like, and again, I'm just going by memory. So in the trunk area, they were like over in this corner. They were like up in this corner of the trunk. It was like a ledge up here, and it was just mounted up there. Because it left room, I guess, as far as to use the trunk. You had that space in there. That's from what I can remember. So I guess they took a little bit different approach on this one. Side of this one. Okay, we're gonna need some front stuff. So we need front, and make sure it's front. That's the rear. Oh shoot, where's the front shock absorber? That's the rear. Okay, that must be this guy. I must only got the one taken apart. Okay, hold on. Take that off. There we go. That should be the other one. Cool. So then we got both of them out. There they are. Cool. Alright, so we've got to get whole new sets of those. So 2 of these. Rebuild these. 2 new front springs. And 2 of these. Alright, let's get those put back together. Together right now. I don't remember the year of the one that I want to say the one that I remember that I recall was from like 70. So the one that was powder blue that I talked about earlier, I think it was from like 70. And that's where I remember that. So they might have changed the design of it, I guess, as far as from 64 to then, I don't know. I'm not that much of a guru, I guess, as far as on Volkswagens, but kind of fun to work on. Okay, so we got those 2 together. Cool. Let's get our new shock assemblies in here. New shock assemblies. Ooh, I guess I forgot to put that lower one in there. So we got our rotors are remachined. We did get some new pads. Calipers should be good. Those are all refurbished. That's that side. Alright, let's get this side. This rotor also machined. New pads. Calipers are reconditioned. Ooh, and we want to get these control arms back in here. So we'll get the upper. Gotta get it back up on the lift to get the lower. Alright, so let's get the lower. Yeah, I just thought this looked like a pretty cool car, I guess, as far as, from the Steam Workshop, I guess, as far as, so, we've pretty much done all the other cars, I guess, as far as, to death, I guess, as far as to say the least, so, I thought that was a little bit nice change of pace. Pretty fun cars to work on. I think both in reality as well as, virtually. So we got this shock assembly, we can put that in there now. Okay, that one's all done. So we're going to deal with tires. We got some more work to do there in the trunk bay. Before we get to tires, let's finish that up. You know what? I never did get that out yet. Alright, so we did fix up the fuse box. Get some new fuse and relays for that. I think I might have missed one. See how we did. So let's go to the electronics store. We need 2 of these. 1 of those. 2 of these. Half a dozen of the other. So 1 of those. 2 of those. That's the little guys. And a medium guy. Okay, slap those in. Let's see if we missed any. So 2 big guys. 1 of those. Nope. Looks like I did not miss any. That's good. And our cover. That should be repaired. Alright, so we got to get back up on the lift, get that trunk out of there, or the fuel tank from the trunk. Okay, let's pull that guy out. That we'll have to replace. Those are not repairable. Whoops. Not repairable on the tank, so let's get a new tank. You're welcome. Do this. Slap that in there. Cool. Now we got that in there. Now we can put the fuel pump in there that's been repaired. Fuel pump has been repaired. And we should be pretty good on parts. We still got to get the engine rebuilt. That's going to be a good chunk of the build there. Tires. I guess we can deal with tires. So it's this, they're all the same size. Let's get these taken apart. Get the rims fixed up and put some new rubber on them. Pretty accurate sized tire, I guess, as far as for these two. Pretty skinny. I think there's our 185s. Yeah, it doesn't tell me there, but I think those are 185 wide. Gotta keep them separated. You know, I'm kind of almost thinking we might take that approach to paint the other fenders this color. I think that would look pretty... That'd be pretty wicked on this thing, I think. What do y'all think? You tell me. So we need to go fix up... What am I doing? I gotta go over here and fix the rims up. Put some fenders on it that have the accent color. So... One's in chat if we should do that. I don't see any ones in chat. I'm going to assume that's going to be a no. Let's see. So the rims are fixed up, so we got to check out our tires. We need 4... Oh, they're only 160 wide. These are even narrower than I thought. I figured like 185. These are 160. So 160, 15. That one is a 85 on the sidewall. I made that mistake earlier, I guess, as far as on the hot rod. Anyway, so let's do tire shop. And we need 4 15 inchers. Okay, let's get 4 of these. They're going to be 160 wide, pretty narrow. Oops, not that one. Okay, why does it say we should be able to go 160, right? Sidewall. So we can't go. What the heck? All right, hold on a minute. At 160 or 180 wide, and the 6s and the 8 are so. That is 180 wide. It just look like it says 160 though. We're gonna go 180 wide and then 5 on the sidewall. Okay, let's try that. Try it again. So, up the cart. Boop, boop. Let's try this again. 15 inch. 185 wide. 4 of them. 5 on the sidewall. Okay, there we go. Sweet. Let's get these put together. We'll make them work. Okay, let's get another one onto here. We'll get this one balanced. Must have the balance. No, 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 don't do that. Install, there you go. Almost got carried away with taking it back apart. And that should be one more to do there. There we go. And last one to balance. Cool deal. I'll get all those tires put back on there. Now, just to make sure, you know what? I made that too wide, too thick on the sidewall. That must have been a 165. I think I did make those too big. Alright, hold on, let's try this one. I think I did. A little too thick on the sidewall. You know what? We're going with it. We're going with it. So we do got to get the engine put back in there to do the rears. Okay, so we do got the fronts on there at least anyway. Oh. That's some really thick sidewalls on that, isn't it? Alright, let's work on this engine. So we got this engine to break down. Porsche engine. Not our first time working on one of these. Definitely not our first time. But pretty interesting engines to work on, that's for sure. Gotta get that box out. This dude out. That dude out. That's all bolted in. Okay. That dude out of there. Big old blower. Get that engine cooled off. Well, it's not that this really has a turbo, but it does have the blower on it. Gets as far as to help intake side of things out. And all the wires, the spider web of wires on this thing. It's got dual distributors. Dual distributors. off of there. So we got 2 clips per cap. Come on now. Things are as much of a pain in the butt to get off as they are in real life. There we go. Probably have to replace that distributor. They're not repairable usually. Okay, so we gotta get all the belts off. So many belts. So little time. Kinda looks like a turbine on this thing here, I guess, as far as in that radiator fan. The cooling fan. Right, so we got the alternator nestled right in the middle of that. Okay, what are we missing here? This guy off. Steel rail. There's that shroud. Okay. So I guess we can get this out. There we go. And a chain. That cover off. Yeah, this one reminds me so much of taking like a V6 and just flattening out. Horizontal. That's what it reminds me of. Who knows, maybe that's what they did, I don't know. Probably not, because if that was the case, you would have an actual engine block, and not necessarily just parts to the engine block. What would be considered the engine block anyway? So there's the head. We have to get the sparkulators out. So I kind of picture this as like 6 different 4-stroke engines put together. That's what it reminds me of. So this would be like one lawnmower engine right there. There's another lawnmower engine right here. Just 6 of them all put together. Pretty interesting the way they did it. Okay, get that camshaft off. So we need this gear off. Okay, get that cam out. I don't remember if these camshafts are repairable. We'll find out once we get to the bench. That's basically your cylinder block right there. There's the pipes. And that carries the oil, I guess, as far as into the engine blocks. I don't know for sure how that works. I really don't. We got sparkulator. Yeah, the orientation of these plugs is kind of crazy. You got 2 plugs per block, per cylinder. So we got a total of 12 plugs. Hence, that's the reason why you've got the 2 distributors. And all those sparkulators. Makes sense. Okay. So that's the whole head. Okay, so we need to take back end off. Yeah. Oh, easy there. Easy killer. Let me see here. Which one I'm missing here? So we gotta take this engine half off. These basically just like 2 engine blocks bolting together. So it's not like one full engine block like you do have like on the V8s. Crank bearings off. Wow, yeah, those pistons are pretty well burnt. It's little. Let's get those rod caps out of there. So we gotta get, what are we missing here? Pull that guy out. Okay, I forgot all this work. I gotta remind myself. So, okay, another crank bearing. I think we gotta get all these off first before we can do the other side. That's what it is. Okay. Get this. Okay, what are we missing? This one can come out. If we get this one out of there, okay, cool. I mean, look at the tolerance on that too. I guess as far as how close that rod cap is to the bottom of this piston. This wild. As far as the engineering into that. And what else are we missing on this? So we can't get this off just yet. We gotta get the distributor gear out. There we go. Now we can get this out of there. There we go. Now we can get these pistons off the crank. Eat the pistons. And our crank. There we go. Alright, let's go get fixed up what we can. Get this all good to go. I don't think anything was red necessarily, so I don't think we have any major parts we got to replace. Big bucks, no whammies. Try not to press her luck too hard. I'd like to be able to get to that the Herbie beetle. I guess as far as hopefully we get some time. I guess as far as to work on that one a little bit. See how well this one works out for us. So far we're doing alright. Turbine. Alternator. Very unique alternator for this build. A lot of unique parts for this engine build. Oop, gotta try that one again. So far we haven't broken anything. I did have a slip of the hammer earlier, but I think we didn't fully break it though. I think we're okay. Oh! I did it again. There. Okay, so the cams are repairable. Almost broke that cam. Whoopsie. Almost. Gotta take it easy when you're swinging that hammer. Yeah, so I think these pipes here, I guess as far as are for channeling the oil. I guess as far as through the engine block. It could be radiator, you know, like coolant. Not 100% sure. So it's got to be one or the other, I suppose. Some fluid of some sort. Yeah, be it oil or the coolant. Kind of interesting how that's routed. And it's gonna get pretty involved, I guess, as far as, especially when you got this many parts to be able to repair. There's our crank. It's good to go. Awesome. Let's get her put back together. Okay, so we got our crank. Pistons. I'm gonna get some new pistons and rings. Let's go back to this store. Still got the tires on there, so I definitely got the wrong size, I think. It's fine. It's fine. So we need 6 new pistons. And don't forget the rings. Stone rings, yes please. Okay, there's our new piston. So our rod caps are repaired. They're all good to go. We get this side then. So it should be 3 to a side. Counts for 6 pistons. There we go. So yeah, what are we missing here? What the heck was that? We're missing. What are we missing? Lost here. So what's my next part? Oh, Mr. Rod Cap. That's why. Figure I must have missed something. There we go. Now we can put that on there. That's more better. So there's our heads. So these were not repairable. So we're gonna need 6 new ones of those. Is that right? So let's get those 3. We'll do a side at a time here. So these 3. I think we need 6 in total. Need that for the other side as well. So our heads, those were repairable. Okay, cool. Kind of a 2-part thing there. To put all of our individual lawnmower engines together. There we go. Get our crank bearings in there. Now we got that engine block half, I guess, as far as into place. Keep that crank from flopping around. There we go. So, okay, that shaft was repairable. Good deal. So this engine block half, there we go. Beautiful. So I would assume, in reality, I guess as far as there would be a gasket or something that goes in between there. So yeah, we do need 3 more of these, just like I've anticipated. 3 more of these. Engine cylinder. That's where the piston probably actually resides. So the head doesn't really have, how do you say, like V8 engine, I guess, as far as, or V6 for that matter. No valves to it. I guess that's built into this head. So yeah, these are repairable. So from what we can see on this, it looks like we have 2 valves right here. You can see the springs. We don't have to deal with those independently. In this case, they're just built right into the head. That would be your intake and exhaust valve, as far as those springs. So we're gonna need new sparkulators. Let's put these covers back on. Those are repaired. I know there's gonna be something I'm gonna miss on this. I already know. So our harmonic balancer, we're getting a new one of those. Let's get a new harmonic balancer. Just as the name suggests, or keep everything in harmony. So let's get a new distributor. I don't think that was repaired. Probably not. Nope, that's confirmed. Alright, so let's go to the electronics store. Whoops, wrong store. Get a new one of those. Now the rotors, on the other hand, that should have been repaired. Yep. As well as our caps. And clips. Confirmed. Now you would think you get a lot of power out of this because you got the 2 distributors, but in this case it's just probably not the case. Okay, so those are all good there. So we got our cams, those were repaired. Cam gear, not repairable, so we need a new one of those. Go back to this store. Oh, what the heck? That's not the cam gear, what the heck? What are you doing, bro? Killing me. So, cam gear. So I ordered... Where's that at? Oh, for crying out loud. So I'm gonna end up having an extra one of those. Wherever that went. Oh well. I clicked on the wrong thing, I guess, as far as when I tried to get the cam gear. So I need a new timing chain. Yep, I did do timing chain that time. Cool. But clicking on the wrong stuff. Okay, so we need a new shoe. Get it off on the right foot with a new shoe, right? I know, silly joke. Okay, so sparkulators. We can get these on the list and get those from the electronics store. Get 6 new sparkulators. Plant those in. Moving right along. Okay, got those. So we need, actually we needed 12. I forgot about that. So we got 12 sparkulators we need. We'll put 3 here and we have to get 6 more. 6 more sparkulators. Let's go ahead and get 6 more sparkulators. Forgot about that. We said that, we talked about that earlier. 2 spark plugs per cylinder. Okay, so let's get all of our sparkulators back in there. So that's good. We missed this guy. And we gotta get these in there. Yep. Don't forget these. Kinda hiding on us. There we go. Our steering pump. I need a new fuel filter. Let's get that right away so I don't forget it. We'll get this cam back in there. The pipes, gonna get those in there. Those are repaired. Cool. Get those pipes in there. So pipes on the other side. Okay, and we can get that. Ooh, these are not repairable, so we gotta get that replaced. The one's in good shape anyways. That's our cam bearing. Covers refurbished. Okay. Pops up that side of the engine block. Get this side. So we need a new cam gear here. Very unique cam gear design. New timing chain for this side. We need a new shoe as well. Get it off on the right foot on this side of the engine. See what I did there? It's okay if you didn't see it. Okay, that cover. Alrighty then, so now we can put this cam bearing. Whoa, 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 not that one, not that one. Get that out of there. That one's not 100%. Try that again. So we'll get one of those on the list. That looks better. That's more better. Those covers on. Those are all refurbished. So it's a lot of work, I guess, as far as just to get the spark plugs out of this thing. Just the spark plugs out. Not like you can just get at them from outside here. You gotta take a lot of stuff off just to get at the plugs. Crazy. Our intake manifold. That side of the intake manifold, and we got that. Look at what it is in the center there. Yeah, the blower. That's what I meant. I knew what I meant. So that throttle. Their air box. Ooh, gotta replace that air box. That was not repairable. Air box replaced. Okay. So fuel rails, those did get repaired. Cool. Air filter, let's get a new air filter. We'll probably need a new cover. Yes, we do. Another one of those not repairable. Yeah, it's got an interesting mix of parts that are repairable and not repairable on this one. So clips, those should be repaired. He's getting there, slowly but surely. Who's Shirley? I don't know who Shirley is. Anybody know? No one ever told me, I guess, as far as who Shirley is. So alternator, that got repaired. Bolt that in, so our turbine. Refurbished and refurbished. New belts, get some new belts. Need some new wires. Another new belt. And that 2 belts on, that's right. I remember. Okay, then we need this belt going that way. All the belts. So I'm gonna leave that off. We're gonna put those on once we get the engine back in the car. So get some new ignition wires. So go to the electronics store for those. Spiderweb of wires. I think that's it. I'm just gonna do the back end. And a new flywheel. Make it a little more fly than the original one we had. There we go. Clutch plate should be good. Pressure plate, we'll get a new one. Pressure plate as well as bearing. That'll finish up the back end of our car. Okay, so other than our exhaust manifolds, we'll put those back on once we get it back in the car. I think our engine is done. She's done. DUE done. Take her off. Get her slap back in there. 100% green. Cool. Get her in there. Okay, let's button up the bottom end. So we got our gearbox can go back in there. Drive axles. Sweet. Now get our starter back in. Now we can put our exhaust manifolds back in there. Those should have been repaired. Good deal. This one we need a new one of those. Go ahead and get a new rear exhaust. That exhaust manifold back in. There you have it. Okay, so we can put our tires back on. We got those already pre-done. Might have went a little bit thicker on the sidewall. profile gets as far as, but we'll still work on this. Okay, let's get her down. She just about done. Check her status here. We just gotta do the interior. So we're 99% on parts again. What the heck happened there again? Yeah, what do we miss with looking at our parts list? Always check the parts list. That'll be our first clue. So we need a oil filter. Wait a minute, I already put that on there. Way bar end link. That's on the front, so I must have missed that. Did I not put that in there? I could have swore I put that in there. Or is there two of them? Hold on. Maybe there's two? Alright, okay, hold on a minute. Is that two parts there? Hold on a minute. That might be two different parts there. There is two different parts there. Okay, I gotcha. So we did this part, just not that other part. Okay, gotcha. I did miss an end link. I did buy too many of these. I bought that instead of the cam gear. So I did miss this. Put that in there. Where is... Oh, for crying out loud. Okay, so we'll have to go this way. Or, no, we need this dude. Did I get that on the list? Nope. Alright, cool. Just making sure. Get this guy on the list. So there's a two-part thing here to the rear exhaust. There we go. Okay, that should be that part, and then we have the oil filter and the end link. So the front like here. So which side did I miss? That'd be this side. There it is. Easy to miss that guy. Alright, so oil filter. Yep, I'll have to place that out. That's in that little service bay here on the side. This little fella right there. Get that replaced. And that should be about it. Okay, how are we doing? 100%. So all we gotta do is the interior now. Awesome sauce. Okay, let's get her all the way on the ground. So I didn't get any response, I guess, as far as for whether or not we should paint these. So I guess what I'll do is just take this off and this off. I'm gonna paint that that default color. We'll do that real quick. Okay, so we want to paint. Where'd that fender at? I'm gonna go all the way over here just to get to it. So that's the one we want to paint. Where is? Oh, it's right here. There we go. So this is the color we want to get in our swath and paint the other fender. Papers. So let's get this color. Bloop. That puts it in the swath. Get the right. Get the proper shade of color. And we want to paint. Oh, dang it. Pass it again. This guy right here. There we go. Get her painted with that color. Totally don't have to do this part, but just felt it necessary and appropriate. And let's get her put back on the car. He cleaned up pretty nicely. Definitely pretty nicely. Yep, still just got the interior to do. do the interior next. So do a disassemble. Get these reupholstered anyway. That battery's right underneath that back seat there. Okay, so let's do assemble these new seats and the steering wheel for the interior shop. Two new seats for the front, and of course that back seat. Slap them back in. We should get our interior to 100%. And there you have it. Oh, wait a minute. Probably got to detail it? I thought we did. Yeah, so I guess we'll just detail it. I guess as far as that'll get us our last 10%. That's usually what it ends up being if it's after replacing all the parts doesn't get you there. Yes, please. Cool. Now we should be 100%. Move this back. So I'll get some fresh fluids into her. Get some motor honey. Motor honey. Definitely cleaned up pretty nice. Okay, she's only a 6-cylinder. We don't have to go nuts on that. So we'll check her. That's adequate. Cool. So really no other fluids in the back here. So another thing I took note of, there's no power steering on this thing. No power steering. Okay, so then we've got Greek juice. We really don't have any coolant either. Realizing that too. Do we not have any coolant? Yeah, where's the coolant reservoir? Is it over here? Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah, we got coolant right there. Oh no, that's oil. So, no coolant? That's, odd. So, no coolant. I feel like that's missing. Let's see here. Let's go like this. We have no coolant. No coolant. Ooh. Yeah, I feel like that's something that got missed out on. It's an air conditioned. Oh, it's an air cooled motor. Is that what it is? So the fact that oh, that's interesting. So yeah, the fact that we got the now on the Porsches. You know, like we've worked on the Carreras and all that stuff. It does still has radiators. So pretty cool, I guess, as far as this does not have. So yeah, the blower. This runs, I guess, as far as it cools off the engine. That's kind of wild. It's definitely a glorified lawnmower engine. That's confirmed. A glorified lawnmower engine. Pretty cool. Alright, so anyway, we got that all done. So we are 100% all the way around. All the fluids into it. Sweet. You get that standard plate on the back. We need to get this over to test path there so we can get the alignments on the suspension. Do her upright. Now she cleaned up really nice. A little bit thicker sidewall, I guess, as far as on the previous tires we had on there, but it works. She works. Let's get her less out of whack here on the suspension. That's good on that corner. There we go. And let's do the headlights right away too. Yep, those are a little out of whack. That's good. Oh, way up in there. There we go. She cleaned up really nice. Alright, so we did not check to make sure she does run. She should run. Oh, just like a VW bug. Alright, well now the only thing we got left to do... How much horsepower does this guy get? 52 horsepower. Oh my goodness. I always thought they got at least 100. Apparently not. These things are probably pretty slow. But 52 horsepower out of this thing. Fair enough. And that's the only engine we can put onto that one. So let's get on over to the dyno and see if we can get all that horsepower. Massive horsepower. Whoops, that's not what I want. Let's go this way, go to the dyno. Raffle. Feel like we can get on that raffle. No, this is a 6-cylinder. It's a 6-cylinder. I don't know if you were or weren't watching as far as this is a 6-cylinder. The fact it's only 52 horsepower on that out of all 6 cylinders. Pretty wild. So yeah, it uses that 6-cylinder. Now I'm not going to say, I guess, as far as the original engines for these cars may have only been a 2-cylinder. I don't know. The fact it's using the 6-cylinder from the Porsche. It's a little noisy in here. It's in the Class E, 57. Wow. Pretty low rating, I guess, as far as on that. Yeah, so this one's the Porsche engine. So yeah, the majority of them were 16cc 4. Yeah, that's what I kind of figured they had in them, was a 4-cylinder. We don't really have any 4-cylinder engines represented in this same format. So I think what they tried to do with the design of this Porsche engine is to kind of simulate what that 16cc engine would have, which I think it did a good job there. Yeah, we really don't have an engine to put into here that's available in DLC or in the game, I guess, as far as to depict this properly, I guess, as far as you know, the Beetle engine. But I think this is a pretty good compromise to it. So we did get all the base horsepower out of it. No tuning, so it doesn't show. Yeah, there it is. There's our Class E rating. It's as far as for that. So she's all good to go. Got some scrap in there to do, of course. We're working on that one. I think we're ready to work on this Herbie. I want to work on the Herbie a little bit. So let's get this one.
Batman says boring.
What's boring? Which one's boring? As far as that number of horsepower, let's see. Let's do our status. Let's go ahead and get this one sold. So we bought it for 24, doubled our money. Not bad. For just fixing up 100%, and no performance parts to it. There's our rundown there. Let's sell her. Okay, that gets us officially to 44 cars done. That means 6 more left. 6 more left to get the achievement. Awesome sauce. Yeah, on that power. Yeah, see, I don't know. I guess they were just trying to depict, I guess, as far as what those cars had back in the day, being 64 for those. I would have considered that they probably had at least 100. I didn't think they would be quite that low. Pretty wild. Alright, let's do a little bit of scrapping. And I want to bring the Herbie out. Let's do the Herbie. I want to do a little bit of work on the Herbie. Let me swap this one up to here. Let's get the Herbie out. We got ourselves a Herbie. We're going to keep this one. Yeah, we're going to keep the Herbie. So it's in pretty good shape here. We got this from the auction. I think it was a 5-star. From what I do remember. So I think I want to fix this one up a little bit. So this one, for our Herbie, 213 horsepower on this puppy. Same engine, basically the same engine as the standard, only has way more horsepower, I guess, as far as then. Interesting. It's kind of interesting how they did the configs on these. So yeah, our Herbie has much more horsepower. Much more horsepower. Let's go do some scrapping here real quick, and we'll have some fun with the Herbie. So these parts will sell. Let's scrap these out though. Oops, kind of missed the mark there. Trying to get the big whammies. Big bucks, no whammies. Damn, missing it. Get the big bonus. Let's go. Yeah, I think we should be able to have some fun with our Herbie. So you can really see the extremes of what you can do in the configs, I guess, as far as for the engines. So the fact that same engine in that standard, only the Herbie's got what, 4 times as much horsepower? That's wild. You know, we've had our share, fair share of fun, I guess, as far as with doing that with our own engine configs. Oh, I totally missed that mark. We got a good chunk of parts in here. Yeah. Yo, Ryan Ray, appreciate the follow. Welcome on in. Yeah, I think I said that right. Ryan Ray. 303. Yep, we're getting slowly but surely up to 100,000 in scrap points. A little bit at a time. Clawing our way up there. It's kind of an unofficial goal. Because I don't really think there's an achievement for that, but it's kind of one of our own. Or to get that much in scrap points. I don't even have any idea what we'll spend all the scrap points on once we get there. I'm sure we'll figure something though. Probably go nuts on performance parts. That's the way I'd like to, for the most part, spend the scrap points. Is upgrading the performance parts. Seems to be the best way to spend those, if you're going to spend them at all. We got about 70 parts yet? Holy smokes, we got a lot of parts here to still scrap. We got a little bit of everything. We got some rubber, some plastic, some metal, maybe a little bit of ceramic, porcelain, spark plugs. Yep, a little bit of everything. You've been hanging out the last 2 hours, been enjoying the stream and commentary. You just started yourself and you're on level 9? Nice. Well, feel free to ask if you got any questions about the game. If I don't have the answer, somebody in here usually does. So yeah, we have a lot of fun, I guess, as far as playing this game. So from even getting into the editor, if you haven't tinkered with the editor, I guess as far as we do some of that. If it's not making our own cars, it's just creating our own special configs, I guess, as far as for other cars that are already made. Kind of nice. This game has got so much versatility in it. So level 9. So you're almost to the point where you can get the barns unlocked. Oh, not so much the barns, but the junkyard, I should say. Level 10, you get that junkyard. Level 15, I think it is. Man, it's been a while. We do the throwback playthroughs. 15, I think you get the auctions and the barns. I think you get the barns, I guess, as far as level 10 too. Man, it's been a while. A little rusty about that. So yeah, you're getting there, Ryan Ray. It opens up, but now I should probably ask too there, Ryan Ray, do you have any DLC? Just wondering. We do have a lot of fun with the drag DLC in this game. So the rest of these parts we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna sell these out. Let's do sell. Should leave that engine in there. There we go. We'll get that fixed up at some point. We're gonna have some fun here with the Herbie though. You do have the junkyard already? I think the barn and auction is next. Yeah. So I forgot the order of it. I guess as far as, but yeah, you're pretty close. I guess as far as getting that unlocked. You got no DLC yet, so yeah, just feeling it out. Feeling it out. I guess as far as we've got just about all the DLCs, with exception to the Chinese one, the taxi one, the police one, and the rims. That's about the only ones we don't have. Yeah, so pretty much all the brand name makes of cars, I guess as far as we do have the DLC for. And then you get the mods. This is a really cool mod that we've come to find as far as in the Steam Workshop. It's got the standard trim, the Herbie. It's got a Baja. And I forget which other one. So obviously we had to get ourselves a Herbie. So this was a... from the auction. So once you get the auctions unlocked, you have the ability to get as far as the auction for these. This was a 5-star. And I think we did pay a pretty good penny for it. Well, we're not in the hole, so that's good. I was worried that we paid too much for this one. Because we got it for 116. So we can sell it now. We're not going to sell it. We're going to keep it. We're going to have some fun with this one. So let's just take a look at this one and see. This one's got the same engine as that standard that we just worked on, but has a lot more horsepower. 4 times the horsepower. We're going to put our own plate on it. This one was originally from... the heck's going on here? Why is it not letting me open that? There it goes. Guess I was too close to it. Let's take this one out. That was from... where was that from? Georgia. Yeah, we're going to put our own plate on it. Let's get our own plate. Let's go to the plate shop. And of course, my home state being Michigan, we're going to put that on there. It's only got the plate on the rear. Slap our new plate on, and there we have it. It's officially ours. So this one does run, of course, being a 5-star from the auction. I think I want to fix this one up a little bit, though. Sounds just like a VW Bug. Actually, this one here, this one sounds more like the Porsche. That one's more like the Porsche. So they left that more like the Porsche engine. Now the standard we worked on, it definitely had a different tone to it. I have not played around with that, I guess, as far as in the custom configs for our engines. You want to get the drag DLC? Yeah, I 100% recommend. You have a lot of fun with the drag DLC. In fact, we've created certain cars of our own, like this 57. So this is the Del Rey Custom by default, also known as the 57 Chevy Bel Air. We made our own drag version, I guess, as far as of this car. Yeah, we'll take this to the drag strip. In fact, I kind of feel like taking that to the drag. Let's do some dragging on this one here real quick. This one's fun to drive. This one's pretty fun to drive. So just to give you a little bit of taste, if you haven't seen the drag DLC, let's take this over to the strip. Yeah, so we did create this one of our own. Alright, here we go. Let's go to the quarter mile and have some fun with this one. So the Mustang wants a piece of us. He's got a higher rating with some tuning, so let's see what we can do against this Mustang. See what you got there, Ford. Ford against the Chevy. Big time rival. Oh, he got us. Kind of slept there a little bit. So 11.7 to 11.6. So 1/10 he beat us by. I'm gonna see if I can get a better reaction time. If you can get the jump on him. That was a good drag right there. Let's try it again. See if we can just improve on that reaction time. So yeah. So yeah, Ryan Ray, if you haven't gotten a taste of the drag DLC yet, this is what this one's all about. Ooh, that was a bad shift. Yep, you beat us fair and square. Yep, he's got us just by that little bit of an advantage there. I was a little bit closer though. Alright, let's try another one. Oh, we got a hot rod. So we did our own resto. In fact, this one is ours. We did our own resto mod, so this one's got the V8. Yeah, I forget what we did all this, and it's been a while since we worked on this one. This was one of our own configs. Got a little bit of tuning. See what this one can do against us. Yeah, we definitely have a lot of fun with creating our own configs for cars. Ooh, that reaction felt good. Almost did a wheelie. Nope, that one got us to. So we seem to be pretty consistent on this reaction time. At 132. And getting that 11.7. So we haven't put any performance parts into this one yet. So that's probably something we're going to be considering. Let's try the Hellcat. Get a lot of these modern cars mixed in. Building a drag car and testing them. Oh yeah. So the editor in the game, if you've toyed around with that at all, as far as that's a whole different animal. Whole different animal. There's a lot of things that you shouldn't do. Let's put it that way. A little more than 120 miles an hour. Yeah, we're really consistent on this reaction time. So we just cracked 11.7 there. Was that Hellcat? Did that have any tuning? No tuning. These with some tuning here. These are kind of tough to beat. So let's try the Porsche. This one's got that similar engine, I guess, as far as the VW Bugs we've been working on. Similar engine. So it's kind of neat how those have been configured to the VW Bugs. Ooh, that's an even better reaction time. So we can crack at 11.5. Nice. I knew it had in it. So if we would have went up against those other cars that beat us, that would have been a good time. That would have been a really good time. So it does have the potential, even without the performance parts. Let's do one more. We'll do this Jaguar XJS. So this is just showing just being able to practice. You can run these in competition in the different classes. So we're class B on this one, on this 57 Chevy. Yeah, that was definitely one of our better runs. And my favorite is the quarter mile. I like to do the quarter mile. That's pretty common drag to do there, but you can do up to a mile. You can do a mile, I guess, as far as on the... So if we go back here, you can do up to a mile. I think that's really long. So if we've done them, I guess, as far just for the heck of it. Really works well, I guess, as far as to do the Y mile with the supercars like the Zondas and the Pagani's. Yeah, the Pagani. I said that's kind of the same car. So the Pagani's, the Koenigs, and cars like that, the ones that have a lot of horsepower, take it on the 1 mile. I guess as far as those are fun to do. But as far as for like this class here, it's a little bit lower. I like to do the quarter. That's just a little bit of a taste of the drag DLC. We made so much money dragging cars. We don't even hardly compete them anymore. I mean, we could, it's just for fun. No limit, I guess, as far as how much you can do that. What's kind of nice about how that works. Just up to you whether or not you want to retire the car, I guess, as far as that you race. Alright, so yeah, no performance parts onto this guy yet. Just to kind of show what we got here. So yeah, we got that fixed up pretty nicely. I've been debating whether or not I want to paint that red. So what I want to do on this guy, before we do any work on it, is based on the condition that we have here, we can do a prediction for this. We haven't done one of those in a while. So this one by default can get 213 horse, but we know it's not 100%. So based on the condition here that you can see this in, let's find out how much at the dyno what we can get there. We haven't done a prediction here in a while, so I think that's a good time to do that. Let's get this over to the dyno. Yeah, so once again, I guess as far as what you can see here condition wise, we know at the 100% horsepower base power that we can get is this. We know it won't be that. So the question is, what will we get based on condition? What we're going to do is we're going to put this up for prediction and see how many folks are paying attention here. So let's do prediction. Start a prediction. Yeah, we still got it in here too. So let's see. We got a lot of them here for, so how much HP loss? Yeah, that's too high. Let's see if I got any of these. So what I could do, I'm gonna do this. And I'm gonna redo this one here. I'm gonna say, for the most part, we're only gonna get about 20 horsepower loss. That's what I'm thinking. So it'll be 80 horsepower, or 180 horsepower, I guess. Is that right? So how much horsepower loss? So 20. So it's 213. That'd be what? 180, 193. So we should get 193. So we'll go more than a 20 horsepower. Change this up here a little bit. This is from one of our previous predictions. Doesn't tell me, I guess, as far as the last time we've done this prediction here, but I think this is a fun thing we haven't done in a while. Less than 20 horse. Okay, so we'll give you all some options here, I guess, as far as what it's going to be. Let's do start prediction. Got it. Prediction is open, so feel free, I guess, as far as to put your predictions in there. So it's going to be 20 horsepower, more or less. So I got those three options. So once again, I guess as far as just to kind of show, I guess as far as what we do get by when it's 100%, we know we're not 100%. So I'm thinking just 20 horsepower less, we should get a 193 is my guess. That's gonna be my guess. That can be your guess too, if feel confident in that. But it'll earn you some sanity points here on the channel. If you do, no obligation. I should probably mention too to join in on the prediction, but just a little fun thing. Okay, so I'm gonna check that out. Yeah, we're all good there. Sweet, good deal. So as that one's running out there, we're gonna go ahead and run this dyno. Hopefully you got those predictions in there. For those of you that do want to participate. So 193 is what I'm looking at. So what's less than 20? So for those of you, if you did predict it gets as far as less than 20, that would have been the winner. So there it is right there, gets as far as less than 20 horsepower loss. So let's see how we did on that prediction. Who got what? So more than 20 horsepower. We had at least one of you had more than. Well, there it is on the screen. You can see it's less than. So we're going to choose the outcome. It was definitely less than 20 horsepower. Fun little thing. Yo, little bunny foo-foo coming in. Alright, so that's what we got for our Herbie. Yeah, I definitely want to fix this one up there to get all the horsepower out of it. So let's move this back over to lift. Nice. Appreciate you coming in there, little bunny foo-foo. So we need to get rid of this plate. That's the original plate on our Herbie. Why did it squish that picture? That's weird. Anyway, so let's get her up on the lift here. We're going to drain the oil. Get the engine pulled. We're going to get this one fixed up. Of course you missed the gamble. Yes, so we had at least one... Nobody thought that would happen, I guess, as far as that. So some folks... One folks, I guess, as far as that did gamble on, I guess, as far as did gamble incorrectly. That's the nature of it. I think I'm going to get down to as far as we're going to pull this out. And get the process started here to get this engine refurbished. Yeah. Okay, so let's pull out our drive axles. Cool deal. That'll allow us to be able to get the engine pulled. We're going to get these exhaust manifolds off. I don't think we really have to take those off, but it just seems more appropriate to take them off. You did vote, I guess, as far as you get it wrong there, Ryan. Well, it happens. You know, I thought for sure it was going to be 20. I really did. So it goes to show you, I guess, as far as how good a shape this engine's in. So we need to get the gearbox out. You have to get that out to be able to pull it out. There we go. So that should give us enough wiggle room to get that pulled out of there. Okay, let's get this over here. I guess as far as yeah, we haven't done the prediction there on the channel in a while. So let's get this pulled. Oh, we gotta drain the oil first, you dummy. I knew that. I knew that. That is just making sure you're all paying attention. How was I been? We've been alright. Yeah, we got 2 cars done, I guess, as far as for fully restored and sold. Now we got ourselves a Herbie we're working on. Move this over here. Drain the oils. What? The oil looks clean. That's always good. Let's get that out of the way. Drop her back down so you can get that engine out of there. Yeah, Modder did really good on the design of this bug. So let's yank her out. There we go. Get out of the way so we're not tripping on it. Yep. Be pretty empty in there. So I'm gonna pull this oil filter. I'm thinking of it. Cool. Yeah, so it is an air cooled we come to find, I guess, as far as on these. So no coolant. Has no antifreeze. It's just all air cooled. Just like a motorcycle or a lawnmower. So let's install this. Yep, that one there. Let's get her broke down. So we already worked on one of these, I guess, as far as on that standard, but this is our Herbie engine. Won't have any of these built already, so we just gotta fix this one up. Oh, gotta get the other clips off. Over off. So these covers, these filters, how do I say, the your filter base and all that, it is not repairable. Came to find on that last build. Air-cooled engine. So kind of be a little bit of Ujade, I guess, as far as due to the fact that we just worked on one of these in that standard VW bug. That one only had like, what was it, 57 horsepower though? one has 213. Seems more appropriate for our Herbie. Now that we had her dynoed and confirmed, I guess, as far as how much horsepower we lost, we want to get that fixed up there, obviously. Yeah. Kind of almost feel too. Put some performance parts on that 57 drag Bel Air. A lot of stuff we could do. Really feel like I want to get this this Herbie refurbished. So most all these parts, we just got to break it all down so that we can refurbish it and then just put it back together. That's pretty much all that'll entail. Oop, gotta take the shoe off first. What about your dyno? Yo, Mr. Red coming in there. How we doing there, Mr. Red? Let's see. So I like going into Mr. Red's channel there too, folks. It gets as far as I'm playing with all the redeems. So Mr. Red just having all the fun, I guess, as far as the redeems. That's what they're there for. To have some fun with them. Yeah, have some fun with them. So we've done some speed runs, I guess, as far as how long it takes to do some of these engines that we have in this here, and we kind of average out about 15 minutes. 15 minutes from start to finish. I have not speed run this engine, so I'm kind of practicing a little bit. So that's another thing here, I guess, as far as we've been doing on the channel as far as the speed run the engine builds. We're not doing it on this one, I guess, as far as just getting just testing it out, getting some practice. Oh, you found the crayons. Pink is super. Did you mean supper or super? You having pink for supper? Is that what you meant? I'm sure that's not what you meant. Oh, let's see here. So we gotta get our sparkulators out and get the heads out, all that good stuff. And of course, besides the redeems there from Mr. Red, he's gonna be shy. Don't be afraid there, Mr. Red. It's okay. Gotta pick on him a little bit. What I meant was superior, but I stopped at supper. I see. I mean, some would beg to differ. Some would say purple is superior. Some would say, okay, we gotta get this dude off. Get that camshaft out of there. Camshafts are repairable on this one. So we got 2 plugs per cylinder. Just to re-summarize, previous build we did on this engine that had lesser horsepower. Okay, so what do we got left here? We gotta take this cover off. There we go. Gotta break it down, break it down. We've got 2 engine halves. So these cylinder blocks are not repairable. But the heads are. So yeah, just look at it. It's got the fins on there. It's just like a lawnmower engine. Like 6 individual lawnmower engines all combined together. In a horizontal orientation. As this picture, if you will. Okay, so there's all that. Get this filter out of there. Probably have to replace that to get these tubes out of there. So yeah, I'm gonna say that's, yeah, those tubes are definitely, we've confirmed it's not coolant. It would be for the oil. Circulate, I guess, as far as through the engine block, if you will, as far as once it's together like this. Let's get this one off. Pull it apart. Okay, now we got the individual halves. Get that shaft out of there. Yeah, this is a very interesting build. Very, very, very interesting. I can't say that enough. Because it is. So we can get that piston out. I mean, look at the tolerances it gets as far as of how much room between the bottom of the pistons. They're pretty close together. That's the bottom stroke, I guess, as far as of that piston. Downstroke of that. It's crazy. Alright, let's get this one out. That'll allow us to get the crank bearing out. Get the rod caps on the other side. Wait, I missed this one. That one out of there. There we go. Now we can get that out of there. That's the other block half. Let's get these rod caps out. And there's our crank. So all of this should be pretty much refurbishable. Let's get it over the bench. Get it all fixed up. Let's see, so is that the color that the crayon got changed to? I guess as far as it was pink? I guess I gotta double check here. It sure did. It's kind of a deep pink. It's kind of like a new wave pink. You see that? Hey, look at all the green parts we got on this thing. Should be pretty easy to just kind of breeze through it without wrecking anything. That's the sound of good parts, I guess, as far as the ching-a-ching, the ching-a-ching-ching. So it's only going down like 1 penny. We got so much monies. For some of you that are new here, I guess as far as part of the reason why we've gotten so much money into the bank is working on the F1 McLarens. We've done a lot of work, I guess, as far as to fix up McLarens and fix them up and sell them. And that's how we got a big chunk of our monies. So to say the least, I guess as far as we're nowhere, I guess as far as not having enough money. But it kind of coincides too, I guess, as far as what the level we're at. So the fact that we're pushing to level 117, all it takes is just working on the cars. Just work on the cars. It just comes naturally, really. The more cars you work on, I guess, as far as the more XP you get. Plus, if you get the crates, I guess as far as working on story cars, stuff like that, you get the XP out of those crates. You can definitely boost your level up that way too. A lot of different ways. Alright, so let's go ahead and get this back on the stand. We got our crank. Got our we're gonna get new pistons and rings. I want to keep her 100% green. So, a new piston, so we need 6 of those. Don't forget the rings. We need 6 new piston rings. There we go, let's get those in there. I mean, just look at the orientation of these, it's just crazy. Who would ever thought that an engine that kind of a sideways stroke, I guess as far as that would
Lizard,
that would
lizard,
oh
lizard,
no, the lizards are back.
Lizard,
The lizard's back.
Lizard.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
Lizard.
There it is. You gotta wait for that last one. Dark Legacy with the lizard, I guess, as far as again. Appreciate you for the lizard bits there, Legacy. Dark Legacy. Okay, so get all these rod caps in there first. So we can clamp all this together on the engine half. Oh, not again?
Lizard.
Oh my god, that lizard. Alright, we missed a rod cap somewhere.
Lizard.
Yeah, I missed this one last time over here. Okay, so we need this engine half, and then we can clamp this on with the crank bearings, like so. Yep. Pretty unique and I would say proprietary too, I guess, as far as in design.
Lizard.
Oh,
Lizard.
lizard's not done.
Lizard.
The lizard's not done.
Lizard.
Taking full advantage, I guess, as far as of that the cooldown on that deal. All right, so this shaft should have been repaired. Yeah, definitely appreciate all the lizard bits. Okay, so we got, these are not repairable, so we need 6 of these. We did confirm, I guess, as far as with the last engine build. 6 of these cylinder heads.
Lizard. 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 Lizard.
So funny.
Lizard.
See, if it wasn't for the fact that we get bits, I guess, as far as for the lizard, I guess as far as that, I wouldn't mind so much. Let's do... Okay, these should have been repaired. Yep. So this half of the engine, I guess, as far as are still good.
Lizard. 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 Lizard.
Oh my goodness.
Lizard.
See how many of that now? We're getting a lot of lizard bits. Give me some more lizard bits. I'll take the lizard bits. I'm not going to complain. Let's do this. Let's do that. Cool. So we're going to need new harmonic balancer.
Lizard. 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 Lizard.
Okay, let's go to the store and get ourselves a new harmonic balancer. They call it a crank pulley, but we know better. Harmonic balancer. So silly how it does that last lizard. You gotta wait for it. Let's go to the electronics. I think did your button get stuck over there, Dark Legacy? It's just casually just redeeming that. I'm not gonna complain. So these caps are good. All refurbished. We got our clips. Those are good to go.
Lizard. Lizard. Lizard.
Oh,
Lizard.
he's still there.
Lizard. Lizard. Lizard.
So we need 2 new ones of these. Yep, let's go back to this store.
Lizard.
You got lizard bits just burning a hole in the pocket. I can understand that. Okay, so I think we need 2 of these chiming chains. We need one for the other side too. So we need a new shoe.
Lizard. Lizard.
We'll be able to get 2 of those.
Lizard. 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 Lizard.
So the fact that it even puts it in different locations. It's not always in the same spot. That's kind of wild. Let's notice that too. Okay, so this cam makes it a little bit unique, I guess, as far as the fact that it doesn't put it in the same as a lizard in the same position. Oh, you know what? We got so that this chain. So we had different chains anyway. I knew that. So we need this shoe. Nope, gotta replace that. So it is green, but we need 100%. Okay, I got 2 of them on there now. Let's do that. Wait, did it put the wrong one there? Hold on. Nope, it's 100%. Okay, good, just making sure. So I think oh my god! Oh, changing it up there a little bit. Good lord there, Dark Legacy. Yeah, I don't want to blow this one up. I want to keep this one. Wait, did that not redeem? Did that not show? Do. Do we have is there a raffle going on? If there's not a raffle going on, we can get one going on. Let's see if we can do a raffle. Oh, it did show. Okay, just making sure. Let's get a raffle going. Get in there quick. That one goes away fast. That one's the big, that's the big one. Kind of like on Sanford & Son. It's the big one, Elizabeth. Coming to join ya. Okay, what else did we miss here? So we gotta get our back end. Let's get our new flywheel. Yeah, I feel like I goofed up on buying those parts. I might have too many of those. I might. Okay, so our clutch plate's good. Pressure plate, yep, and we need a new one. Okay. And a new bearing. That'll be our back end. Oh, crap, I didn't mean to do that. Don't do that. Get our clutch bearing. Button up this back end. Giggity, 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 giggity! Nice.
Giggity.
So she even, yeah, got the TTS on those as well. So we'll put these on the list. We need 12 sparkulators. Not 6, we need 12. There's 2 per cylinder. So we'll go 12 sparkulators. Sell a dozen. Get those in there. Got a weird orientation on these too. They're not just like straight in, they're kind of like all on an angle.
Lizard, 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 lizard,
Lizard is an Amadon having fun.
Lizard.
Okay, so that's that side. What about this side? There's the Tangia, so the level 1. Sure did. So it's the Chaos Goal, yep. There it is. That's one way to do it. See, you broke it again there, you broke it again there. Maybe a little bit. We're gonna splice back in. Nice. I'll get to enjoy the Tangi party, I guess, as far as thanks to Dark Legacy. Yeah, we'll be doing some of that tomorrow here on the channel, I guess, as far as doing some trucking. We'll be doing some virtual trucking here on the channel tomorrow. Okay, so that side should be done. Let's get this side buttoned up. Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to doing some trucking there. So I guess they're officially, based on the blogs that we've seen, SES has been putting out there, I guess Louisiana's coming out next. I could be wrong on that, but it's definitely seems pretty solid. The fact that Louisiana's going to be coming out next. Yeah, I was thinking it was probably going to be Illinois. But yeah, from the looks of it, it's looking like it might be Louisiana. I guess you're going south there. You've been streaming Titanfall 2 as of late. How's that been going? So we should probably drop on in there, I guess, as far as and see how that playthrough's going. I wonder, will we get any clips? You got any clips? Check this out really quick. Do this. See if we get any clips. So if we got any clips, I guess, as far as we'll be able to see those. If nothing else, there you can see Dark Legacy been officially playing some Dark Legacy or Titanfall. Good, you add your name in on the brain. Getting them mixed up. All right, so let's do this shop. Some belts in there. Fun if you know what your main Titan is. For me, it's Monarch. See, I don't know all the... I've never played Titanfall, I'll be honest. So as far as the structure of it, I don't know what's what. And I just plead the ignorance on that. And I know some of you are probably thinking, what? Yeah. So that same goes for like a lot of other games like that. I'm more with the simulation games than anything. That's my only defense. Okay, we need wires. Yeah, let's put all the blower and all that back on there first. Yeah, so all these parts are not repairable. Confirmed. Let's go ahead and get these replaced. Excuse me. We'll keep the wires there on the list there for a second. Get a new air filter. Cool. And of course a new cover, because that's not repairable either. Just a little bit. At least it was toasty, not quite so much anymore. Not anymore, is it? Do 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 do. Alright, so our clips are all refurbished. Nice. Okay, fuel rail should have been repaired, yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think we can go ahead and put, let's go get some new wires. So we gotta go back to electronic shop. Get some new ignition wires, a spiderweb of wires. Got 2 distributors on this bad boy. Okay, so there's that. So I think we gotta get that fuel filter, yeah. Oh, let's go back to this store. Get a new fuel filter. I think for the most part the engine is built. We're gonna wait to put the exhaust manifolds on there until we get it back in the car.
Nope.
Nope? What do you mean nope? What you talking about? No, we're totally gonna do that. I don't care. I don't care if we don't like it or not. We're gonna do that anyway. Go ahead and pull this guy off. And we're gonna put this back over here. And let's put this back in our Herbie. Install. Oh, wait a minute. So 99%, I think that's just the exhaust manifolds. I think we're good. I think that's all it is. Let's make sure. Didn't put anything that wasn't 100%. I think it's just going to be the exhaust. Oh, wait a minute. That bearing, I put the wrong one in there. Both of them. Son of a gun. Okay, I boo-booed. I boo-booed. Hold on a second. We got to get that back on the stand. Yeah, those cam bearings aren't going to cut it. Get that back on the stand. We can't have that. Yeah, that is one big fat loser, yes. Okay, so we got to get this all back off again. Just to get at the cam bearings. Whoopsie. Yeah, so the fact that the parts that we had on here originally were all green, kind of overlooked it. Kind of overlooked it. That's my fault. That's my boo-boo. We'll make it right. A lot of stuff to get. You gotta get pulled off here as far as just to get at it, though. So, hold on. Maybe we can only take... It was at this moment that he knew. He f***ed up. Oh, I totally did. I totally did. I don't deny it. Totally did. Yeah, I think we just can get away with just doing these here. Yep, so that's just these right here. But I think we gotta take... Hold on. We gotta get that cover off, I guess, as far... Yep, so all this top end's gotta come out. Got a lot of interconnected parts. Like, oops. Yeah, see, that's bolted right into that cam bearing. Oops.
A few moments later.
Mm-hmm, indeed. So yeah, see all that we gotta take off, I guess, as far as to get that out of there. So when we try to take this off here, I guess as far as we gotta take all this top end back off. Rip. Big rip. Alright, so we gotta get these out. So we can get... Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. We gotta take all this back off. Oh my god. That's so terrible. I made a big time boo-boo. Big time boo-boo. We gotta go a little bit backwards so we can progress forward. Okay, so get that guy out. This guy's gotta come out. Gotta take that guy out. Oh my goodness. Okay, there we go. Now we're good. There we go. There we go. We're good. Now we can get those out of there. So, we gotta replace those. This side off. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, that one slipped. You knew something was wrong? Yep. It went a little too smoothly. Okay, there we go. Got it down to the cam bearing. So let's go. Arc mount. Let's get a new one. This side. And this side. Now we got them properly on the list. We'll get 2 new ones of those. Come on now. There we go. Okay, let's get those put back on. Yeah, we should call the popo on me for making that big a mistake, right? Shame on me. Alright, so we'll get this all back together. Yeah, if it wasn't for the fact that these parts were green, we took it apart there, I guess as far as I probably wouldn't have missed it. Now, if they were yellow, for example, I guess as far as I probably would have noticed it, and we would have made sure we didn't put those back in there. Not making excuses, just pointing out a fact. I know I made a mistake. We made good on it, though. Okay, so there's all that.
You're late.
Who's late? No, you're not. You're just in time.
I had car trouble.
Sophie.
What kind of car trouble?
Definitely the place to be, I guess, as far as you got the car trouble.
The radiator.
That daggone radiator always being a problem. Always being a problem. Alright, so let's put this back in. Our filter should be good. This guy back in. Alright, so clips. Don't forget the clips. Snapper shut. Here we get it nice vacuum packed and all that, you know. Come on, dude, get in there. Fuel rails are back on. These covers are back on. Yeah, we made her good. We made her good. So now we should be 100% green once we get this all back together. Come together right now over me. Okay, so that's our turbine. All of our belts back in. So we got 2 belts here. 1 belt going this way, yep. That's all that. Cool. So get our wires back in there. Spider web of wires. And I think we're good. Yeah, we're gonna leave that off there, I guess, as far as until we get this back in the car. So we'll pull her off. Let's see where we're at here. Let's see where we're at now. 100%. There we go. Perfect. Had to replace all those cam bearings. Slap her back in. Get that out of the way so we're not tripping on it. Let's go button up our bottom end. Make our Herbie a little bit better. Okay, so exhaust manifolds. Yeah, so I'm assuming you probably do have to take these off to get it pulled, because it doesn't even count that towards the percentage of the engine build. So I guess that kind of confirms that. Alright, so let's get our gearbox back in. Got that refurbished. So I'm going to have to fix fuel pump and all that. We'll have to charge the battery. Take care of all those things that will eventually affect horsepower. So we were only 12 horsepower down. Taking it to the dyno before we refurbish the engine, so pretty good shape. Alright, let's put our tires back on. I'm going to charge that battery. Pull that guy out. This tire back on. Okay, now on the front end, let's get this on the charger really quick. Good shape, just need to get it all the way 100%. So let's get this fuel tank and pump. Okay, we'll have to replace that. Fuel tank, replace it, we can fix that. Fuel pump. Okay, let's get ourselves a new fuel tank, so that's on the list. No, not that one. What are you doing? Fuel tank, there we go. Slap that in there so we know that'll affect horsepower. Okay, so mount, new fuel tank. Fuel pump is repaired. Cool, so our battery should be charged. Get that off of there. Slap that back in. Awesome sauce. Okay, so we should have all the parts taken care of that can potentially affect horsepower. We'll get this back over to the dyno. Get her checked out here. Okay, we do need to get some fresh motor honey back into this. Kinda neat, it's got this little service bay, I guess, as far as on the side. As opposed to having it directly put into the engine. You know, as far as the oil pan. Okay, let's check our... That looks adequate to me. Alright, cool. Awesome sauce. So no power steering or anything like that on it either, so I think we're good. Let's get this over to dyno and see if we get all that horsepower out of this thing. Moving over to the dyno. Cool. Alright, let's check her out. Uh-oh. Did I forget the starter? I think I did. Always do that. I forgot to put that daggone starter in. Oh, we got the starter. What did we miss? Uh-oh, what did I miss? Hold on. What did I miss? Flywheel. I don't think I missed anything. Spark plugs are in there. What the heck did I miss? Alright, let's check my parts list. What did I miss? So we're not worried about those. License plate. What in the world did I miss? Oh, the oil filter? Yeah, that might work. Wait, it let me put the oil in there without having the oil filter in there? That's weird. Okay, so yeah, we did forget the oil filter. Yep, sure did. So, nope, we want to get a new one for that. But let me put the oil into it without putting the oil filter in. Most of the time, won't let you put that in there, I guess, as far as until you get the oil filter in there, so that's kind of wild. It kind of set me up for failure there. Okay, so let's go ahead and put that in. Now we should be able to... Let's see if she starts. Look it that way. That's more better. So just to make sure, guess where now we can dyno it. There we go. We'll get a little noisy in here, so watch your ears. You got the earbuds in and the volume turned up. Still losing 1 horsepower. So I think that might be due to the exhaust. I just thought about that. I think that's going to be related to the exhaust. Yep. So what we'll do, let's get it back up around the lift, and we'll deal with that. I think that'll give us that last 1 horsepower. Let's change out that rear muffler there. Oh, come on, now I'm gonna make me take it all the way up. Crying out loud. Alright, so let's replace these. Okay, let's go new one of those and a new one of these. Yeah, we did pretty good, I guess, as far as getting just about all of the horsepower out of this thing. Just by fixing up that engine. Okay, so let's put that guy back in. That dude back in. Alright, we're gonna dyno her again, I guess, as far as just to make sure we did good on that. So, shouldn't be anything else on it that I can think of. Now, it could be related to the fuses. That's another thing, too, I just thought of. So the fuses will cause horsepower loss, too. So yeah, let's replace these. Get that all 100%. Come on now. What the heck you doing, bro? Okay, let's get these fixed up. We'll get some new fuses and relays in there. Yeah, definitely got to take care of all the parts that can potentially take away from horsepower, which this is another one. Okay, so we'll put that fuse box back in there. Get some new fuse and relays. Oh, I think I skipped one. Totally did. Totally skipped one. Okay, let's get an idea of what we missed there. So go here. So we need 2 of these. We need 1 of those. 2 of these. 1 of those. And 2 of these. That's the little guys. Okay, let's see what we did miss. That one's fine. That one's fine. That one's not fine, so let's get 1 of those. So it was green, it almost threw me off there for a second there, but it wasn't 100%. That one is though. That one's 100. That's 100. So I did miss 1. But I caught it. We're good. Sweet. There you have it. So let's see if we can get this back over to dyno. If we fixed all of our fault circuits as far as lose the horsepower. Move that over to the dynos. So that must have been what Bunny was talking about as far as the dynos. Not necessarily the dynos that I was talking about, but I catch the joke now. I caught the joke now. I know, a little bit late. I know. There you have it. Got all the horsepower now. Alright, I'm feeling pretty accomplished about this one. Our Herbie's in much better shape than it was. Cool deal. I don't know about you folks, it gets as far as, but I am plumb tired out. It gets as far as from working all the cars today. So we worked on 2 cars, a story car and our Herbie. Even took our drag car, as far as on the strip. Had a lot of fun here today. We'll be having some more fun here on the channel tomorrow, doing some virtual trucking, both in American Truck Sim and Euro Trucks 2. I guess as far as so. If you haven't already, and you want to make sure you don't miss any of the action here on the channel, definitely make sure you hit the follow button on the channel. Subscribe over there on the other side. For those of you over on the red side, make sure you get a notification for the streams. We'll be simulcasting that one as well. So do feel free to get as far as to do the subscribe over there and the follow over here. Our social medias are posted to the channel on both sides. I'll put these out here at your fingertips so you can check those out at your leisure. Let me see if this will do this here. Been trying to get my bot to work over on the other side. I'll try it this way. And the only way he'll listen over here. Mementos. Let's see if we can get those back out over. It seems to work if I do it. Now it didn't work that time, so I don't know what's going on over there. I still got some work to do. I got some work to do, I guess, as far as over on the YouTube side, but a little bit, got a little bit of progress. Just gotta work out the gremlins. With all that being said, folks, I do hope you have a marvelous rest of your Monday. And hope to see you again real soon here. We're going to be sending this off to somebody on the outro. So if you can stick around for the outro, I'd very much appreciate it. Okay, so we got it queued up there. Got a pretty good idea where we're going to go. So, bye for now, everybody.